1, 2, 1, 2. That's number 1 now, so that's been that we'll hopefully get a bit of. Are you getting anything cool? Okay, we're good with that one.
Number 2. Hello, 1, 2, check 1, 2, that's number 2. Mike's number 2, you getting it, guys? 1, 2, check 1, 2. Hello? 1, 2. 1, 2. Hello? You getting this, Mike? 1.
Wait a second.
He got yours?
Yeah, this one's fine. So we just need to double check that one there.
1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Check 1, 2. You need more level on this, or? I mean, should only be one XLR. 1, 2. Bit more. Actually, this is a bit quieter than the others, isn't it? 1, 2. 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
It's clipping. Okay.
It's clipping. Okay. Okay. 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Okay. Keep going. You need to keep going. There's a bit of
1, 2. Check 1, 2. Hello. 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Hey. Check 1, 2. Hello. 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Hey. 1, 2.
Okay.
1, 2. Check 1, 2. 1, 2. More. Lower. Hello. 1, 2. Test 1, 2. This is a test. Hello. How are you? 1, 2. Hello. Welcome. Hello. 1, 2. Hi. Check 1, 2. Hello. Is it? How's the level? 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Hey. Hello. Hey. Sorry?
Yeah. Better. Okay. Yeah. Are you good with that one? Okay. Cool. Let's try. We'll try the third mic. Right.
Okay, so this is micro number 3. Let's just give this one a try. So 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, I could do with some breakfast. There's people wandering around with trays of food. It's very tempting. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. How are we looking over there? Is it sort of working okay? Yeah, the level's okay, or do you want it a bit higher, a bit lower? Okay. Of course the delay's still kicking in. Right, okay, well with a bit of luck, any minute now something will kick in and something exciting is going to happen.
Big old delay.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a serious delay. Okay, so 1, 2, 1, 2, checking, okay, got something coming in, okay, 1, 2, 1, 2. How's things looking over there?
Turn that one way down.
Way down, oh okay, way down, okay. Okay, right, so I've just turned that down now, so I'm guessing there'll be another sort of pause before that comes in on the new level there. 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's keep going here. Let's make sure the batteries are okay in the meantime. Yeah, they're all fine. That's all good. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey. Okay, so how's things looking now? Is it getting anything coming in yet? I think I need some coffee now. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, how's it looking now? Are you getting anything through there yet, or?
Just getting to the bit where we swear.
Okay, thought so. Yeah, okay, awesome. Okay, so that's good. Right, awesome.
event.
About to be rounded up.
Please do come on in, fill up the seats. There's plenty of room on the right-hand side as well. Still plenty of seats at the front and on the right-hand side. If I can ask, if there is a gap between you and maybe the person next to you, could I ask you to shuffle up to create a gap at the end of the rows of seats, rather than a gap in the middle of the rows of seats?
Well, I don't know, what was on your date?
Plenty of seats on the right-hand side. There's a row in the centre here which is available as well.
Oh, right. Okay, so everyone's in here for the main session, yeah? Grab a seat, anyway. Oh, you're doing seats, aren't you? I think we might be pulling some out, don't you?
I need a picture of everyone right before
Got
you
all
start.
of these to fill.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Last count was about 115. Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Are we done?
Yeah, I know. Cool. Well, there were.
Timing's shot. We're obviously starting at 25 minutes later. Obviously, for your slides, anything you can do to just race would be good.
Okay.
Since I can't really...
Eyes forward. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Okay, we've just got a few more people joining. There's some spare seats. Please you don't have to sit at the back. There is actually comfortable seats at the front. There's a few spare seats on the right-hand side. And I've already upset a few people. There we go. Right, no problem. Okay, welcome everybody. Welcome to this event, Barbecue in the Cloud. So, hello everybody. Let's try once more. Let's inject a bit more energy into the day. Good morning and welcome. Good morning. Fantastic. That's much, much better. We have got a great event ahead of you for today. Just look at the weather outside. Beautiful weather. We've got some great speakers ahead of you. We've got some breakout sessions in this afternoon as well. Whilst you're here, all your colleagues are hard at work, in a hot and stuffy environment probably, and you're going to be enjoying a little bit of barbecue food, some drinks, entertainment, some good speakers as well. So very much welcome to you all. My name is Jerry Toombs. I'm CEO and co-founder of Clearvision. And if you're not familiar who Clearvision is, we're experts in software development and cloud technologies. We have offices based here in the UK in Southampton. We're also based in Philadelphia in the USA, Bangalore, and also Ireland. So we're very well spread to be able to service and support you. If you're familiar with Atlassian, and if you're not, you will become familiar, because Atlassian, very pleased, and thank you to Atlassian for also sponsoring this event today. So just a little bit of guidance. If you have any questions as we go through the day, these wonderful orange coloured shirts, anybody wearing one of these is really a representation of Clearvision. We can help guide you to events if you're not sure where you're going. We can point in the direction of where each of the rooms are located and so forth. So it's quite a well spread building. If you haven't been here, it is a beautiful environment. At the moment, you've only probably got to see what is the Flamingo Gardens out the back here. There is a whole other side, the other side, and it's a great environment, truly is. So hopefully you'll get to explore that. Any questions, please ask somebody in one of these beautiful orange shirts. And later on, actually, you'll get to, I believe, take home some of these wonderful shirts as well. Oh, a bit more enthusiasm than that, come on. God. You can at least clean the car with them, okay. So, once again, thank you to our main sponsor here, who is Atlassian. Actual fact, we are represented by Atlassian with Matthew Coughlin. Matthew, you'd like to give a wave? Matthew is the Experts Partner Manager, in charge of all the partners in a certain global space, but here in the UK. And he will be doing the opening speech in just a few minutes' time. But firstly, we need to do, unfortunately, some housekeeping, some very standard housekeeping. And of course, we've got to talk about fire exits. So just to make you aware, if the alarm goes off, there is a silent alarm which you might hear up that end of the building. That alerts the staff in this area to say, hang on, there might be a problem before they announce the full alarm. If there is a full alarm, you will hear about it. The exit points are in every corner of the garden. There is an exit point. Up the extreme end of this building, on the end there, and also down the end of that building, there is also exit points. Please make your way down one of those exit points. Generally, you should be following somebody in a luminous yellow jacket. It's not one of these orange things, but a luminous yellow jacket, and they will guide you to, I think it is Kensington Square. So please, we ask you not to run off to the local Starbucks, but if you can, so that we can do a head count and make sure that everyone's exited, that would be great. Restrooms. There's a set of restrooms up this end of the building, and also when you came in, there's a set of restrooms down that end of the building as well. Wi-Fi. If you haven't yet connected, then it's an open Wi-Fi, no password needed, and you just connect to the Roof Gardens guest Wi-Fi. And please, I encourage you to use the Wi-Fi and start to tweet, and a bit more on that in just a second, actually. When we're in the sessions, can I ask you please to be courteous and put your phones to silent mode or vibrate, just out of courtesy. If you need to take a message, no problem. Lift yourself up, exit the room, and take your message, and then please quietly come back in. That saves disturbing the speaker and your colleagues around you. That'll be fantastic if you can do that as well. Today's program, it's split. This morning we have all the sessions here up until about 12 o'clock today. So most of you will be staying here until 12 o'clock. Then we'll be taking a lunch break. And then the afternoon is actually split into a number of sessions. There'll be sessions here. The room that you just came through actually will be turned into another room. That's where there'll be some agile talks taking place. And then we have some other sessions in some of the other rooms. You should all have a map which gives you indications of where all the sessions are. The Flamingo Zone, that area will be open from midday. Again, we do encourage you, please, if there's any session that you don't quite make at the start and you actually need to take a call or you need to be outside, please use the facilities around us. Also in the back, there is something called the Spanish Gardens, where you'll also find a number of the Clearvision representatives who will be there for you to ask questions of. And out in the Spanish Gardens will be the 4 following areas, if you like. So Spectrum, which is our complete end-to-end software development platform using Atlassian tools and open source. So if you're having challenges putting a whole development platform together, or if you want to rapidly deploy Atlassian tools into the cloud or on-premise, then we have Spectrum representatives out there. Training, if you have any challenges around Agile, open source training, Atlassian training, then please go ahead and find Darren Bowles. He will be there with his colleagues, very happy to help you with your training challenges. ACP. ACP is a certificated contractors program. So if, as a business, you're looking at extending your colleagues on site with some contractors, maybe in the Atlassian arena, and you want to understand their certification and to have them backed up and supported by Clearvision, then Michael Wolf will be out there manning the ACP stand. And last but not least is, obviously, we're here under the representation of Atlassian as well. We have Atlassian experts all the way around the building. If they, some of them aren't technical, but again, ask for a technical expert if you have anything Atlassian related, and we'll find you the right technical person to talk to. Please don't be shy. Last but not least, you're sat next to people who you might not know. So please take the opportunity of today to mix and mingle. Don't be shy, don't go into a corner on your own. There's plenty of opportunity, not just to learn from us, but also from the other people in this room. So please, we encourage you to mix. Okay, so after lunch, as I mentioned, at 1 p.m., there'll be further breakout rooms. There'll be an agile session, which is next door, in the Spanish Hideaway, which is right over in the far corner. So you walk through the Spanish Gardens, and it's literally in that corner. We'll be talking about DevOps, cloud hosting, and medium data real-time analytics. That's a good mouthful, isn't it? Okay, so that is what's taking place over in that far corner. Twitter, somewhere here. I don't know if it's not on here. Okay. If I could encourage you again to use hashtag CVCloud. Make all your colleagues back at work extremely jealous about the fact that you're going to have such a good day today. So if I could get you using the CVCloud hashtag, that would be fantastic as well. And also, if you have questions on DevOps or anything like that, because of some of the sessions that we have, please feel free to post questions using that. Or any of the sessions that you can see. If you have a question, we'll see if we can field those questions during those sessions. And this room is being streamed live. So once again, make your friends and colleagues back at base jealous. They can see you, so please be polite. If you want to send them a note, again, it's cvcm.me/CVCloudTV. We will get that presented and written down for you somewhere. It should be up here, but I can't see it at the moment. Once again, it's cvcm.me/CVCloudTV. That is this room only, and you'll be able to, obviously, anything that we present today, all the materials will be made available to you after the presentations. So, as a reminder, best behavior in this room, please. Mentioned about the assistance from anyone in these shirts. So, thank you once again for coming along today. It's going to be a great day. And what I would like to do is start by introducing you to Matthew Coughlin. So if Matthew would like to join us, and whilst he's getting up onto stage, I'd like to introduce him. So our opening talk is about transforming collaboration in the enterprise. Delighted to introduce Matthew Coughlin. A little bit of background on him. He is indeed the Atlassian Partner Manager for the UK and a whole load of other regions, which Matthew will explain in a second. Worked for Atlassian now for 2.5, 3 years?
Yep, 3 years.
Okay, 3 years. Worked, obviously, Atlassian, the NASDAQ-listed company, recently, back in December last year. And obviously understands all the Atlassian tools and will be presenting some of the benefits of those. Experience in an IT professional, inventor spanning several industry verticals. Correct?
Yes.
We made this up?
Great. Carry on, Jerry.
Okay. Worked in the European Space Agency missions to provide Atlassian point of contacts for Atlassian partners in the UK, Ireland, South Africa. There's your regions. And I'm going to give you one little bit of trivia that if you find Matthew out in any of the gardens and you want to share a coffee with him and ask him a question, so I happen to know this guy reasonably well, ask him about the time when he was stranded in Africa on a safari and a jeep stopped working and is in the middle of nowhere, and ask him how he fixed it. So, without further ado, if you give please a warm welcome to Matthew Coughlin.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Thanks,
Jerry, for that very good introduction. And thank you very much to Clearvision for putting on such a great event. They're always great hosts, and I love the way that they always mix a very friendly, approachable attitude with some good knowledge and bringing people together. It's really good for me to have expert companies like that. It makes my job a pleasure, really. Anyway, hello, I'm Matthew Coughlin. I'm Atlassian's partner for the UK, partner manager for the UK. And today I'm going to be doing a little bit of a chemistry experiment, bringing together two well-known elements to see if we can fuse them together to make a new valuable alloy. So I'm going to show you some of the benefits of getting IT teams working closer with software teams, or in other words, ITSM for DevOps. So we're going straight into some learning here with you. At Atlassian, we're passionate about teams. It's Atlassian's mission to unleash the potential in every team. It's a belief that inspired Atlassian's origins, Mike and Scott, the two guys from Sydney who set up Atlassian 12 years ago. And it's fundamental to the business we're in, because we strongly believe in the capabilities and the limitless capacity of teams when given the right tools and the right context in which to flourish. To date, teams in more than 50,000 companies turn to Atlassian to improve how they work, and it's a responsibility that we care deeply about. So, to give some context, we're living in an amazing time of digital renaissance. It's transforming our world. You, sat here, are all part of that transformation, which is probably why you're here, unless you're a flamingo spotter. I haven't seen them yet, but I'm told that they are around here somewhere. Digital transformation is disruptive. There's no doubt about it. But it's opening new business models all the time, and companies are taking advantage of that. If you just compare Hilton Hotels, who built up 600,000 rooms over 93 years, whilst Airbnb has 900,000 rooms and started only 4 years ago. Digital services bring companies closer to their customers, but to successfully engage them, operations must be simple and streamlined. Customers, fickle creatures that they are, have become even faster to react to positive and negative experiences. So the business, your business, wants innovation, new technologies and frequent updates, right? To support competitiveness and rapidly changing business requirements. But at the same time, you expect, or rather demand, that your services remain stable. However, change is a nemesis of stability. The more you change something, the more likely you're going to break it. In fact, according to Mr. Gartner, who knows everything, 80% of all incidents are down to changes. On we go. Innovation has largely come about between the fusing together of 4 new technologies, or elements as I call them: cloud, big data, virtualization, and mobile. And in order to use them successfully to transform your business, agile working has been particularly effective, providing the fuel for application development and innovation. The CEO of VMware, Pat Gelsinger, predicted that 50% of the Fortune 100 will cease to exist because they are not focused on this transformation now, and it'll be too late to keep up. I'm not sure I actually agree with this statistic, but the warning that he gives is pretty clear. It's innovate or go away and die. Good IT has never been easy. It's always been a bit of a stretch and a team quest to combine elements in different ways to make things happen. It's why the human cost of development should never be underestimated. You're only as good as your last project. That's what my first PM drummed into me many, many years ago, time and time again. So let's have a look at the challenges facing IT teams, and let's see how we can help the people you employ to do the best job they can to deliver the best service today. So at the moment, there's a bit of a tug of war going on here between the business teams on the left and the software teams there on the right. The business is responding to competitive pressures to deliver more and faster. Software teams are developing products and applications, and the IT teams down there are on the hook to maintain enterprise-class SLAs with the current products and infrastructure load and anything else that the software teams or business will throw at them in the future. Believe me, our company Atlassian isn't any different from anybody else's, and we go through the same pains time and time again. So let's focus on the IT operations teams, who are there balancing business expectations whilst keeping the plate spinning and are often seen as a cost centre. But even within the IT organisation, teams face their own challenges. The bottom line is that they are the ones who are responsible for customer interactions, and their success depends on the stability and the quality of services. It's often the case that development and IT teams have different goals, methodologies, and work in different systems. So it takes surprisingly little time to become siloed when there's a lack of collaboration, creating problems through miscommunication and lack of knowledge sharing. So the future vision sees that these teams working closer together. It's probably been more the case that the IT teams have adopted the agile, lean and Kanban principles of software teams, so as development fires off in all directions, IT can support and adapt to maintain these systems, or at least they have a clue where they're coming from. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to burst that bubble right now and remind you that this is, in most cases, a future vision. A recent DevOps survey from the Help Desk Institute of February this year found that 73% of support teams are dissatisfied with their current level of involvement with development. 32% don't share knowledge articles between the support and development, whilst 89% of organisations do have change management processes implemented. Only 49% of these organisations have one that works. So it seems like there's some work to be done on connecting these entities together. The HDI study also goes on to detail where support teams from the successful companies have become involved. Looking at the picture, you can see that the teams who are successfully managing changes are more involved in all stages of development, a practice known as shifting left, where you build quality and cross-functional reporting into each area of the software development process. So the percentage of support teams involved is higher than the overall average for pre-development, for development, ongoing support, release testing and QA, and post-release. So their conclusion suggests that the more involved support teams are, the easier it is to implement change and, at the same time, preserve quality. So at this stage you could be thinking, yes, it's all very nice and fluffy and nice, but does it really make a difference? So let's have a look at some more current research, this time from Puppet Labs. There seems to be an increasing disparity between high and low performing organisations. Puppet Labs have done a lot of homework on this, interviewing 25,000 professionals over the past 5 years, and concluding that high-performing IT organisations deploy 30 times faster, they fail less, about 60 times less, and when they get knocked down, they get up 168 times faster. It's a bit like one of those agents from the Matrix films. You knock them down and they're back up 168 times faster. But for me, one of the most important points is that people want to work for companies like these. And that's very important in our industry at the moment, is keeping those people happy. The Net Promoter Scores of employees in high-performing organisations were 2.2 times more likely to recommend their organisation as a great place to work, and 1.8 times more likely to recommend their team as a great working environment. So continuing with the speed theme, an increasing number of IT organisations want to combine nimble frameworks with all the best practices of ITIL and ITSM. One approach that many organisations are quickly adopting is bimodal IT, or what's otherwise known as two-speed IT. This is where an IT organisation splits into two parts. So speed of operations mode, mode 1, is where IT teams are responsible for the traditional IT services, whilst speed of innovation, or mode 2, is the nimble fast mode, where dedicated IT teams leverage agile methods to take on special projects that help drive innovation and adoption of new services. And we would recommend you cycling your staff between these two. But more fundamentally, how do we put DevOps into practice for IT support? Luckily, there's a framework called CALMS, which was coined by Damon Edwards and John Willis at the DevOps Days Mountain View conference quite a few years ago now. Let's apply CALMS model to IT operations and take a moment to explain what is meant under each of these headings. So the first one here is culture, which I always like to think is the most important one. It's all about the daily or weekly rituals that influence how a team works. So there are just a few of the rituals you can apply to your IT to create a good cultural team bond that drives collaboration and innovations. Stand-ups always need a bit of time to find their feet. It can be a way of exposing the different team personalities. But when things settle down, it's a good cornerstone of teamwork, especially when you have remote members, as more and more IT teams are actually finding themselves in that situation. Kanban boards, hack days. At Atlassian, we love these. We call them ship it days, and it's a great way to mix up all kinds of teams, management, technical, all flavors, to get together and actually work on some specific problems. Admittedly, automation tends to scare a few people, but works best when it supports the people and processes in place. I'm not advocating advanced artificial intelligence here, but the simple management of information to ensure that it ends up in the right place without a person managing. One of the most important ones from this list, I think, is the shift from orphan tickets to linked tickets. So all teams should be responsible for ticket linking and documentation, including the service desk, admins, developers, and operations, so everyone knows what's going on. So linking incidents and problems and requests, changes, and also back to the releases where they come from. We like Lean. It encourages us to make processes as simple as possible and question, what are you doing that doesn't add value? At Atlassian, one thing I did notice when I joined 3 years ago, that there was this adoption of failure is okay. Everybody was smiling about it. Oh, we screwed up on that one, doesn't matter. So have a culture that failure, some kind of failure is normal, and it's one of the best principles of Lean, to understand that if you're not failing, you're not getting stuff done. The idea is to learn from it quickly and implement those points that you understood and move on. Open systems allow dashboards to be shared amongst teams, but do try to keep them relevant and consistent down to the most important metrics. The key measure here is the MTTR. How long does it take to cover from a failure? And sharing. So sharing goals, priorities, and pain points help build up teams. Do all teams understand where they're coming from? Do they actually care? So let's bring ITIL into the picture. Last year, when we started speaking about Service Desk for DevOps, there was a bit of confusion over exactly what we meant. Some people thought that we were just trying to create a market for a new Service Desk product. But even a quick glance at ITIL shows a sound practical application there. Atlassian's heritage within software and development gave us a great insight into linking these two together. So placing our ITIL wheel over the DevOps principles, we can add some of the most useful features to our DevOps honeycomb, and the way we start to think about handling incidents, problems, knowledge management, changes, and releases. So I'm going to take incident management here and illustrate a very small little example. Incidents are the kinds of unplanned things that start to cost money really quickly. In large companies that have lots of customers, these are the kinds of things that can make very bad press as well. Unfortunately, when this happens, most of the challenges raise their ugly heads all at once, and the organization can very quickly become exposed. But applying some of the DevOps principles, the effects of incident disruption can be mitigated. However, the best place to start is to reduce incidents at source with automated testing, deployment, and continuous integration. And I can show you this by running through a little example here. Lowering the mean time to response is everything is about streamlining the process of finding the root cause to prevent the future outages. So identifying the alert, looking at the right kind of run book to put into the alert straight away, start the SLA clock ticking, investigating that response, resolving it, and then closing it, and make sure that you do a post-mortem review and create a knowledge base out of that. So here we are. An incident is matched to the most appropriate run book, which is being served up by Confluence. It's a living document inside Confluence, but linked through to the service desk. It could also be linked to the main Jira instance to put it in touch with the actual dev guys as well. So there's a bit of automation behind the scenes to link these incident types to run books. If an incident does need discussing, don't sit on it, get talking. And it's about time that instant messaging started paying back the business for all those thousands of hours spent chatting about stuff as a proxy for work. Although I do realise by calling something like this chat ops, we've instantly legitimised that space on the desktop for chatting. At the end of the day, we're only human and can't resort to actually talking as one of the best and most natural way of fixing something. I don't know if you all remember Bob Hoskins on the good old BT advert saying it's good to talk. That advert feels strangely dated in today's world. The difference here largely comes down to tooling. So having a tool which manages the company roles, combines automated messages with integration from systems that can handle any type of communication, so images, code clips, videos, video conversations. This rapidly becomes the secret sauce that drives efficient companies. At Atlassian, we practice swarming on major issues, which means pulling in the right people into the conversation to get major problems fixed and the systems back on track. We use systems like Big Panda to summarize all the data from alerts, all the automated machine data that gets piled into some of these rooms. Because everything is integrated and connected, the tools support a clear and concise problem solving at its best. And actually it's much more satisfying to fix, and then we go back to our day jobs. The chances that most systems are interconnected in some way means that linking and synchronizing issues, we can grab the whole picture and proactively manage that. And again, this is one of these processes that should be automated. So all of these other issues and problems will be blocked by this one that's in progress. And linking them together is a way of really getting quickly to the real root cause of the problem. Post-incident reviews are essential and should happen automatically before any kind of closure. And again, Confluence is what we use, and it's particularly good at creating this automated type of knowledge base. So there we have a quick overview, improving the mean time to resolution workflow. Integration between systems and a common framework make this example a nice smooth success. And Atlassian's recent acquisition of the company status page confirms that we're serious about getting cloud-based services into a level of enterprise-grade management. So Status Page is a company that has a product that allows you to create hosted status pages for communicating up-to-the-minute reports on the health of their cloud-based technology services. And it's seen as really filling a big hole in our overall armory. There's plenty of evidence to suggest that adopting DevOps and ITSM has a clear ROI. Most of all, it enriches the working experience of both IT and software teams, but it does take some time to get people used to the idea. So I hope I've shown that there are some real benefits across the board to adopting these practices, and that the main beneficiaries of the practices will be felt by teams whose job it is to help your company keep up with the pace of change that in most cases is being demanded. So given the most conservative estimates, you can ask yourself, what could you do at your company with 10% more time? And with that, I would like to thank you for giving me 20 minutes of your time this morning to go through that IT journey to adopt DevOps.
Thank you, Matthew, very much for that introduction to Jira Service Desk and some of the challenges around software development and business challenges. Again, a reminder, if you have any questions with regard to Matthew's presentation, please feel free to tweet them on CV Cloud. And we're going to get ready for the next presenter. And whilst that's happening, I'm going to very quickly introduce Simon Wood. Where's Simon? Okay. So Simon Wood actually is our Clearvision Marketing and Communications Director. He's here to tell us all about, he's here to tell us all about how evolving or dying, talking about the subject of evolving or dying. Simon actually is an Natural Business Growth Accelerator. I love the way he wrote this for himself. Who over the past 2 years has helped Clearvision certainly grow in both revenue and in terms of staffing for Clearvision. So he's done a tremendous job over the past 3 years. Oh, okay, we've got a bit of a technology.
You need to get Banky, it's password locked.
What we need to do is raise a Jira Service Desk ticket for the password. Okay. I would say over to you, Simon, but I'm not going to put you right on the stand.
No, that's all right. That's all right. I can actually make a start. And we can. Right. Password protected.
Just whilst we're doing, I'd like to do a show of hands. So, how many people here have heard of Atlassian? Hands up. That's a good proportion. Okay. How many people here have Jira installed and running and using it as part of your business? A few less. Same representation now for Confluence, please. Just a few less again. I'm going down in order of popularity of Atlassian tools. Bitbucket, also referred to sometimes historically as Stash, smaller again. Last one I'm going to use, although there are at least 8 products in the Atlassian range, HipChat. Now I'm going to be really controversial. Slack. Oh, that one hurt. Okay. Well, now's the opportunity. You've got people around you. If you've got some challenges, like I said, you can't be in a better environment than where you are at the moment. So please do field those questions on any of the Atlassian tools. So, Simon, are you ready?
We're ready now, yes.
Okay, again, if I would ask you please to give a warm welcome to Simon Wood.
Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, I had a heart-stopping moment about 22 minutes ago when Matthew started talking about evolving or dying, and I thought, he's going to give my talk. I'm in a lot of trouble, but luckily he went far off on a different tangent, so thanks, Matthew. Most of us here today have a knowledge of Agile, so you'll be pleased to know I'm not going to give a 20-minute talk on agility, okay? I'm assuming that the intelligence and collective group of people in front of me here has that knowledge already. Instead, what I'm going to talk about is digital disruption and agility outside of IT teams, and what role each of us here can play to make sure our businesses evolve to survive in what is becoming an ultra-competitive world. Most of us probably feel a bit like this guy when it comes to digital disruption. We know it's happening, but it's kind of over there somewhere, or it's somewhere below us. It's not necessarily something that's front and centre in our face. And we therefore probably slightly underestimate the risk that we face, or our businesses face. But change is coming. And if you look at a report from Richard Foster, which he wrote 15 years ago, he talked about change in business comes in 3 fundamental principles, okay, 3 fundamental things. Number 1 is about how effective business operations are, okay? So if your business operations are really good, you're more resistant to change. Number 2 is how good you are at creating new business, okay? And the third point, and one that most of us overlook actually, is how good you are at shedding old business that no longer matches your requirements for growth and revenue targets. That's something that nearly all of us can learn. This process of change, of business change, is not new. As far back as 1942, Joseph Schumpeter coined a phrase, creative destruction. Okay, creative destruction is the replacement of old with new. Old products being replaced by new products, old processes replacing new processes. And in fact, he argues that it's a fundamental driving force behind capitalism, right? So it's not only there, it's not only been there, but it's actually necessary. And let's look at some statistics. If we take the Fortune 500 companies and take a list of them from 1955 and compare them to a list last year, 2015, we see how many companies survive from that list to that. So there's 500 companies. Everyone put your hands up. Put your hands up in the air, everyone. Okay, if you think that from the first list to the second list, 400 or more companies survived, keep your hands up. 300 or more? 200 or more? 100 or more? 4 or 5 people? The actual answer is 61. Only 61 companies in the Fortune 500 list in 1955 survived to last year. So if you think you're in a big company or you work with big companies and you're in some way immune to this change, think again. So I've told you it's not new because creative destruction was talked about 70 years ago. What's different? What's different about today as we sit here now with digital disruption in our minds and agile working? It's all about the pace of change. That's what's changing, okay? So if we talk about dynamic turnover is a measurement of this change within the Fortune 500 or within businesses, the replacement of old with new. And here are some sobering statistics. In 1958, the average life expectancy of a Fortune 500 company, remember this is to stay within the Fortune 500, not necessarily to close, was 61 years. 61 years. In 1980, this had been reduced to 25 years. So this is before digital disruption. This is about globalization and the developed world access to bigger markets. By 2012, it's 18 years. And if you took the current rate of change, if you took the Fortune 500 companies today, it's predicted the churn rate is 75% by 2027. Okay, I'm going to tell you first of 2 very quick stories. In the 1880s, a gentleman called George Eastman sailed from North America to this very city, London, which was then the hub, technological hub, well, of the world, basically, but particularly definitely was for these type of film-based cameras. And he had a simple goal, George Eastman, and that was to make, in his words, written down in 1888, a camera as easy and as accessible as a pencil. We've pretty much got that now, right? If only he'd predicted that. In 1888, George Eastman founded a company called Kodak. Okay? Most people here will know about Kodak. So again, you're relieved to know I'm not going to go into details of Kodak, just some headline figures. Over the course of the next century, Kodak was one of the success stories in terms of American business. By the mid-1990s, it had 2/3 of the global share of the market of both camera and film photography. It was valued at $30 billion. It had stock in excess of $90 billion and was recognized as the 5th largest brand in the entire world at that time. That was the peak of its power in the 1990s. To put that in modern perspective, Google is ranked as number 3, Microsoft is number 4, and Amazon is 8th. So Kodak was somewhere at that scale of power in the mid-90s. And on the 19th of January 2012, Kodak filed for Category 11 bankruptcy. So within 15 years, it went from a global powerhouse to bankruptcy, right? And most people would say, well, that was all about digital disruption. It was all about the fact that digital cameras came along and Kodak just didn't see it coming. I challenged that statement. And why do I challenge that statement? Because other companies face the same challenges. A report in The Economist states that in the 1980s, both Kodak and Fujifilm saw that digital photography was coming. They both saw the threat. Both of them completely underestimated how quickly the change would happen. Both of them completely under-resourced the departments they put in place to try and deal with the situation. Both of them massively underestimated the speed at which it would change. They both made the same mistakes. So how is it now that Fujifilm is valued at 19 billion and employs 70,000 people around the world, and Kodak doesn't exist anymore? What was the difference? It was all about execution. You see, Kodak thought that they would market and partner themselves out of trouble. Fujifilm took a completely different approach. What Fujifilm realised was that it needed to develop its own in-house technical skills. It needed to take the knowledge, this new digital photography, and do it themselves. Not only that, they realised that they needed to be more agile, before agile was a buzzword, about how they approach the technologies they currently used. An example not a lot of people know, for instance, is the nanotechnology that they used for placing chemicals onto film. They actually evolved that into cosmetic skin creams. Fujifilm, skin creams. I don't know if anyone knows that, right? They thought of new ways of doing things. They actually sold some of the chemicals that they used to develop film to other companies. They became a chemical company as well. Fujifilm built their own digital boxes. So when you go and get your photo taken now, 80% of them are owned by Fujifilm around the world. So it's being this, see if any of this rings a bell with people who know about Agile. They embraced change. They encouraged a culture of failing because they made it okay to fail. I've given you the success stories. There were numbers of other things that they tried that simply didn't work. They got quick feedback from the market over the things that they tried, and they acted on that feedback to build their products. The 7 stages of waterfall. Okay, everyone here is familiar in one way or another, right, with the 7 stages of waterfall. And actually, I kind of put this up here to serve as a warning, because when people who know nothing about Agile ask me what is agility, I kind of say it's the opposite to this. And actually, if you see any of these things happening within your business, they're warning signs that you're probably not being agile enough. Okay? Have you got a blame culture? Have you got hierarchical problems? Have you got confusion and people over planning? That's definitely not agile, right? So a recent report from CIO talked about the fact that agility from within IT teams, and most people here are within technical or IT teams, needs to come out from you guys and be percolated into the rest of the business. Okay? We need to deliver value early on, and you guys need to be the catalyst for change. You can't just go, well, my bit's agile. Well, we're doing it right. One example of agile outside of dev teams, and again, I should imagine people don't necessarily know this. So I spoke to the development manager yesterday. He didn't even know this existed when I spoke to him. There is an agile marketing manifesto. Go to agilemarketingmanifesto.org and you'll see it. It's that. It's written down. It's 7 things that ways of marketing in agile. It's exactly the same principles, right? Customer focused, adaptive and iterative, not being over predictive with your planning, responding quickly, not taking large bets, something I do sometimes, but instead small experiments. Okay? Where else can we use agile within our businesses? How about agile business intelligence? There's 3 ways in which we can use agility in business intelligence. The first is to democratize data. What do I mean by that? Instead of having silos of data, we're the finance department and we've got all the numbers here, we don't want anyone else to see them. We're the sales team and we've got our customers. Share data. It's proven to have massive benefits. I can't go into the details of that now. By the way, I meant to say at the beginning, I've got references for all of this, which at the end, you can look them up and we will send them to everyone here, so if you want to fact check it. The second thing is make the data, or the terminology and how accessible the data is, easy for everybody. So what I mean by that, or what is meant by that, is stop using jargon. Atlassian are actually masters of this. Wherever they've almost pioneered it. It's almost part of their culture, talking everyday talk. Because it's, you know, it is difficult, isn't it? If you get an IT guy who just gets so technical, or a marketing guy comes in with all his buzzwords and jargon, and you go, you know, talking everyday English has massive benefits for business intelligence. And the third element of agility is time to decision. So whenever there is a decision to be made in a business, there's nearly always some sort of chain of command where it has to go through. And what agile business intelligence tells you to do is to reduce that chain as much as possible. You cannot nowadays give a talk on agility, on how to adapt your business and how to survive in this disruptive world we live in without mentioning DevOps. But I'm going to have a slightly different take on it. Again, there was actually a slide in Matthew's talk that mentioned about how high-performing IT and development teams can predict organisational growth, and there is. So high-performing IT teams are up to twice as effective as bad-performing teams. Again, I've got the data at the end. So what does this tell us? You have a good and agile IT team, it produces a good organisation. Second point, which again most people in this room know, preaching to the converted, job satisfaction is the #1 predictor for high organisational performance. Something Atlassian have been saying for years now. If you look after your staff and they're happy and they're working in an agile way, they're more productive. This thing about everyone being worker drones and having to work the fixed hours is complete nonsense. It doesn't work anymore. The world's changed. And the third element, and there's a cycle here, is that if there is a culture at the top of your organisation which allows this kind of agility, that also benefits the IT team. So you get this sort of positive cycle of loop and change. Cultural change at the top, high-performing IT team drives change to everyone else, people are happy, organisation grows. Are you doing this? What about technology? Are you being agile by looking at what the emerging technology is within your area? And moreover, are you talking to other people? I only knew about Jira and Confluence and HipChat because the development team leader came to me and said, don't go and buy some crazy marketing automated project management software, they're rubbish, use these tools. And he was right. So are you pushing technology to other people, and are you looking at what you're doing? Are you have time in your diary, honestly, every week to improve the technology that you're looking at? Or are you too busy? Are you this guy? So there's a place for agile in business. It's not that agile is actually new or fundamentally unique. It's been there forever. We're just talking about it more, and the speed of change is really the important critical factor at the moment. And the fact that data is available on such a global scale, we don't want to overplan. We have to work iteratively. I told you I was going to tell you 2 stories. The second very brief story is about KFC. Okay? I don't know if many people know the KFC story, but in the 1990s, KFC tried to move into China, and it was an abysmal failure. They just couldn't do it. People in China did not take to their menus. It was an abysmal failure. But now, they're going through one of the biggest success stories probably of any company ever in the world. Let's put that into context. They now have 3,300 restaurants. They're opening a new restaurant in China every day, and they're planning not to stop until they reach 15,000 restaurants. You know how they did this? A big, massive company, KFC, their parent company's Pepsi. Right? How did they do it? Through corporate agility. KFC, instead of being over-centralised, allowed the owners or franchises of these restaurants to customise their menus, to change their approach. Instead of having a drag-and-drop KFC approach like we see over here, you say of KFC. No, these guys customised. They used the feedback loops we're talking about, where they tested new menu items. By the way, this is a screenshot of KFC menu options in China, right? Slightly different, right? So they customised the menu. They were part Chinese owned. They attacked small to mid-sized cities before the larger ones because there was less competition. It was massive. This is a fantastic case study of a big company, huge company, using agility on a smaller scale. And of course, they actually did the thing of where they could use both advantages because they had the supply chain and the staffing expertise of a big company, and then they kept the feedback loop small of a small company. So what we have to ask ourselves within this room, because there's a wide range and selection of industries represented here, is are we advocates of agile culture? And there's 5 things that advocates of agile culture show, and you'll see them. And I could just say it's the opposite to the waterfall slide, but it's slightly different. Do you have a culture that allows people the freedom to experiment? And that's on a macro and micro scale. So that means big picture thinking and also the freedom to experiment on just improving a certain little aspect of their job on a day-to-day basis. Are you decentralized? Particularly important for bigger companies, actually. Have you got decentralized control? Do you allow to go off-piste? What do I mean by that? Do you allow your business sometimes to do something completely different, like Fujifilm selling skincare, or KFC selling whatever it was, right? Do you allow that? Is there a culture of that? Of course, that does mean, and we've heard it before, sometimes you will fail. That's fine. Have you got fast feedback loops? Very important. And are you early adopters of new technology? If you've got these 5 bullet points, any of them are missing, try and work towards them. Early adopters of new technology. Now, we've talked a little bit about the couple of case studies I've given, stories that I gave today, but at Clearvision, we're in quite a unique position because obviously we do help with agile transformations. So we're not just an Atlassian seller, we also train and consult. And I would like to actually give praise to about 10 different companies. All of these guys have case studies. You can go onto our website, just search case study, you'll get a list of them. But here's a wide range of companies that I would personally like to say they are doing what KFC are doing and what Fujifilm did before it was even fashionable to do it. And these companies include Tinder, the Home Office, believe it or not, Royal Bank of Scotland, Vodafone, Aer Lingus, P&G, Simply Health. There are some really good examples on our website of change and agility on a big scale. So the important point is digital disruption, creative disruption, agility and dynamic turnover are happening, probably have always happened. And the one thing I want you guys to take away from this talk today is that as they are happening, make that an internal disruption, not an external one. Be a pioneer for change within your business rather than waiting for someone else to come and disrupt you, like Airbnb are doing to the hotel chains, to use Matthew's example. So thank you very much.
Simon, thank you very much for that. Again, we're going to make a transition over with a... is the slides already on this one? Or we're going to do a laptop change. So whilst we're doing, again, we're making changes here. I'd like to do a very quick show of hands here once again. First of all, how many people before they came into this room had heard the term agile? Hands up if you'd heard the term agile. Okay, hands down. How many organizations in this room have used agile in the software development arena that you're aware of? A large percentage. Now the challenging question. As Simon's referring to, how many people are seeing agile transformation through the rest of their business? Do you believe you work for an organization which is pretty agile throughout the business, in the marketing team, in the recruitment team? Hands higher. Can you say honestly that your business is pretty agile? Okay. So a lot smaller number of people here in that agile framework. So again, one of the points which Atlassian talk about is taking some of the concepts of Atlassian tools, and historically they've been known for being in the software development world, but they can absolutely be used throughout the rest of your business, taking some of those agile benefits all the way through. So don't think of Atlassian as being just for software development, far from it. Next up, I'd like to introduce you to Matthew Griffin. Matthew is going to be talking about, or continuing the concepts of future strategy theme. Building the disruptive ready organisation is the theme of or the topic of the conversation. So a little bit of background to Matthew. This is actually, I was impressed when I read this actually. So Matthew is the futurist and corporate strategist who has been described as the advisors behind the advisors. This sounds like a politician. With recent speaking appearances alongside notaries including Steve Wozniak, very impressive, I met him once myself, MIT's Andrew Lipscomb, and the BBC's Nick Robinson, and as an advisor to organisations including, and this is an impressive list, Bain & Co., BCG, The Economist, Ernst & Young, Goldman Sachs, McKinsey & Co. Is these all financial institutes?
No, not all.
Not all, okay. Morgan Stanley, UBS, Schroders, and UK HM Treasury. So, just to name a few. Matthew helps entrepreneurs, governments, investors, multinationals, regulatories, and predicts and adapts, shape new disruptive cultures, industry, and social trends. So once again, if you put your hands together, please, would you please welcome Matthew Griffin.
Flamingos earlier. So anyway, bringing it back inside, we're going to be talking about disruption. So today, basically, there are a lot of people out in the world who think that we are going through disruption. We've been through a period of disruption, and that period of disruption is going to settle down. But they're not right. So what we're going to do is going to have a little talk about changing the world. And if you want to change the world, you are always going to end up disrupting something, and you're always going to end up disrupting someone. Whether that's an individual, a business, a nation, a planet. So I want you to keep this number in mind for later on in the presentation. So 45%. It has a meaning for every single one of you in here. So in the future, we will be able to produce kilo-core CPUs. In the future, we will be able to produce quantum computers that operate at 100 million times faster than today's logic-based computers. In the future, we will have fully autonomous weapons platforms. In the future, we will be treated by robotic surgeons. In the future, we will 3D print different body parts, including hearts, and we will imprint them with sensors, electronics, and all sorts of things. And then in the future, we'll be able to have access to a DIY gene editing technology that can cure over 6,000 of today's incurable diseases. The only thing that's wrong with this slide is that this isn't actually the future. This is today. So UCL have developed a kilo-core computer, or computer system, 150 billion transactions a second. Today's Knight's Landing from Intel, 72 cores.
Very well done, Simon.
Quantum computing, at the moment we're at 4 quantum, we have a system that can do 4 qubits. Now, if you get to 50 qubits, you have a system that is 100 million times more performant than today's logic-based computers. Quantum computing is already available as a service. Quantum networks are already available as well. Fully autonomous warfare.
Coffee's going to be here.
Coffee's going to be
This
here.
is an MQ-9 Reaper drone.
Okay, so
Recently, the USAF outfitted a Reaper and a YF-22 Joint Strike Fighter with something called the Alpha.
And that should be
AI.
next.
Yes.
After this
When they put it through tests, and they put it against all of their top guns, they put it against all of their combat instructors, they found that it operated at 250 times faster than a
what just
human.
happened there?
It was unbeatable. When we talk about autonomous things, everyone knows about driverless cars. What
So
about
15-minute
autonomous
break,
warship?
and in theory,
The US 2 months ago launched the Sea Hunter,
coffee break,
which is a
resume
fully
here at
autonomous
10:55.
warship. It costs
So
$20
he's
million
going on,
to build. It
in
costs
theory,
about $15,000
for
a
about
day
another
to
10,
operate,
15 minutes.
and it
Yeah,
has
10 minutes
no
or so.
crew. It has no one controlling it. and it's now headed off to the 7th Fleet.
So we'll resume here after the coffee.
When we talk about robotics, this is the Da Vinci robot. We're always told that robots can't be dexterous. We're always told that as computers and machines start taking our jobs, that we can fly to creativity, innovation, empathy, that we can fly to places where robots can't go.
Okay.
Robots and machines are increasingly becoming creative.
Thank you.
So we'll see the AI that we see today. There's another strand of that. 3D printed hearts. We're going one further. We've got 3D printed hearts that have been printed from stem cells in a 3D computer that's got printed electronics embedded within it. So what does that do for you as a person? If you have electronics embedded within you, are you human any longer? And then as for the last technology, this last technology is probably one of the most formidable out there at the moment. It's called CRISPR. It is a real-time gene editing technology that is crazy. So not only will it help us cure over 6,000 different diseases, everything from rheumatoid arthritis all the way through to epilepsy and depression, which is quite strange because depression and some of these symptoms and some of these syndromes are actually related to genetics. When we have a look at this technology, you can create new species of animals, completely synthetic biology. So we talk about today coding computers and machine systems. Tomorrow we'll be talking about coding biology, and that's already starting to come through. So these are the technologies. These are just a tiny, 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 tiny snapshot of some of the technologies that are here today. So we're not talking about the future. So we all know some of the global megatrends. The exponential increase in computing power is driving a whole new raft of use cases and technologies. And we see the amount of computing power increase exponentially, and it will just continue to increase exponentially for the next number of eons. But what we do see is along the top, if you step back 100 years ago, if you wanted to disrupt an industry, it would have taken you 90 years. These are actual statistics. And the creepy thing with these actual statistics is they seem really convenient. They sort of halve. So what we have 100 years ago would take 90 years to disrupt an organization or an industry. Recently, 7 to 4. In the future, 2. And actually, if you go beyond that, we will end up with real-time disruption of industries. And at the moment, basically, when people say, well, how can we end up disrupting entire industries quicker than 2 years' time? You're presuming that it's humans that are disrupting industries. And it's not necessarily the case. So there are 9 trends. We all know these, so if I reel them out, we've got autonomous vehicles, connected home, human 2.0, Internet of Everything, we've heard them all. Yeah, if you have a look at the press and the papers, basically you all know driverless cars, autonomous vehicles, Internet of Everything, wearable technology, it's all good. So all of these are in their ascendancy, and we all know that they are going to be creating new opportunities, because we talk about two-speed IT. We talk about IT, and we talk about creating an innovation quotient. We talk about evolve or die. What are you evolving to? What are you innovating? And a lot of people think, well, what are we innovating? There's plenty in this space to innovate. There is lots of work to be done. If you want to be the leader of a new industry, there's 9 new industries right there. So what we're going to do is going to have a little quick chat about the emerging technology radar. So in the world of technology, we're all very, very familiar basically with some of these terms. So 3D chips, artificial intelligence, blockchain, containerization, machine vision, we know these terms. If you're in the technology industry, and I come to you and say, what's going to be disrupting your industry over the next 1 year, 2 year, 3, 4, 5 years? Most of you would probably say, well, artificial intelligence, that looks like a sort of fairly safe bet. Blockchain, over the longer term, yeah, you know, maybe that will go there as well. Bots are always a sort of good one at the moment. Quantum computing, you know, secure communications, very fast processing. But you sort of look at this list and you think, yeah, actually most of these, in some way, shape or form, they will disrupt things. So if we have a world-changing technology here in artificial intelligence, and we have another world-changing technology here in blockchain. And we have another world-changing technology here in quantum computing. And we have another world-changing technology here in software bots, let alone anything else. What happens when you take some of these world-changing technologies and you combine them with some of the technologies you don't see, like these? There are 178, in fact there are more than that, there are over 178 significant emerging technologies here today. Each of these technologies in this radar are worth anywhere from between $500 billion to a number of $1 trillion. The products and services that I put up on the first screen, they are a combination of technologies. When you take an individual technology like artificial intelligence and you stick it on a phone and you don't do anything with it, you're generally not going to create something that changes the world. If you embed AI at the center of everything, that one technology helps change the world. So you take technology. Technology basically is not a driver. It is an enabler. So there are 11 categories: advanced manufacturing, biotech, digital connectivity, energy, geoengineering, machine systems. When you start taking these categories and you start combining them together, you get something very, very interesting. That's them, just to prove they are real. And I know you can't read that. But this is how many there are. The problem I had was putting 178 emerging technologies onto a single slide. There's £1,000 for anyone who can figure out a better way to do that on a single slide. And I'll give it to you whenever you come up with the answer. So what we'll do is we'll break them down a little bit. So advanced manufacturing. So we all go, again, we know about 3D printing. Today you can 3D print food, you can 3D print drones, you can 3D print organs, you can 3D print bike parts. So when we talk about just this one technology here, if you can 3D print organs, doesn't that disrupt the organ donation program? Doesn't that help us all live longer? 4D printing, that's an interesting one. You can now 3D print a robot and you can have it self-assemble. So for all of those of you that have struggled with IKEA flat pack, you can now print off your IKEA flat pack. And when IKEA offer 4D printing, which actually they're having a little bit of a look at, when you get your 4D printed cupboard home, you put it in the floor, you stand back, go make yourself a coffee. That's it. You let the better half assemble it. It will just assemble itself. That's it. Just like magic. Molecular assemblers. Now, this is the next step technology that we're seeing. So we talk about 3D printing drones. We talk about 3D printing stuff. That's old hat. 4D printing. That's old hat. We now have technologies, actually in the UK, basically from organisations like British Aerospace, that will actually let you grow a drone. So you put a blob of material into a chemical vat, and then they will use molecular assemblers to create highly advanced, highly sophisticated drones. At the moment, they're growing basic drones. But in the future, things like the MQ-9 Reaper, you'll be able to go to a theatre. And when I say theatre, we're talking about a war zone. You can understand your enemy's tactics, and you can print it out in real time. So other applications of that, think of the medical world. If you see someone with a particular injury, grow your own surgical implement, grow your own robot. That's just a cute one. Biotech. How many of you want to live longer? No? No one wants to live longer? Great. Yeah. There you go. Okay, so what we have is we've got a whole variety of things. We've got anti-aging drugs. They're coming through slowly, but actually there are some good results there. So they've managed to make mice live 3 times longer than they should have. It's actually a genetic thing. We have artificial blood. We've got bionic implants. This one here, bioglass. Anyone in the insurance industry? No. If you're in the insurance industry, this single emerging technology here, and again it's here today, will help you beat every single one of your agricultural competitors. It will help you dominate a market. You can now print bioglass and will genetically engineer products and plants basically that have bioglass in them. So if there's a drought outside, they simply form glass around themselves. When the drought goes away, they regrow. So last year, the US insurance industry paid out $78 billion for wheat crops that got lost. If you have a technology like this and you partner with Monsanto, what can you do there? So how do you innovate that? We have things like humans on a chip. That's it, because loads and loads of us really want all the latest drugs tested on us. It's a good thing. That's it, you know. And we also love animal testing as well, I've heard. Human on a chip lets you test new drugs, new schemas, all sorts of things, literally on a chip. Looks like a little glass chip. And it has a human in it, from all intents and purposes. So suddenly, what does that do to animal testing? Makes it go away. How many of you like high-resolution fMRI? How many of you like it? Fantastic. This is great. This is going to be your creepiest technology, and it's one you've never heard of. So scientists over the past number of months have now been able to demonstrate that when you combine a stunning, absolutely stunning, high-resolution fMRI machine with artificial intelligence, not only can you read people's minds, but you can see the pictures that you're thinking as well. So the reason for that is high-resolution fMRI basically detects the very, very subtle blood changes in your brain. And when you start plugging that, and you combine that with an artificial intelligent program, all of a sudden, and it's actually been demonstrated, it's really creepy. It gets rid of criminal lineups in next to no time. So what I would be able to do in the future, because these fMRI machines are huge at the moment, as those get inevitably smaller, you could have something here and you could just live stream your brain straight to everybody on the planet. I don't know if that's disruptive or not. Don't know what that does for advertising or privacy, but yeah, that's a conversation for a different day. So down here, stem cell technology. How many of you have fillings? Oh, so now I was actually banking on that none of you were going to put your hand up there. How many of you got teeth? Fantastic. There are 3 people in here with teeth. That's it. I think next time we should probably get Colgate in. They'll sponsor. So stem cell technology to you and biomaterials to you might not sound like the sexiest product alive, but when you get a cavity in your tooth today, you go to a dentist, you have a filling, an amalgam filling, and I don't know, 10, 20 years later it falls out, you go back to the dentist, he drills out more of your teeth, and eventually by the time you get to 80 or 90, you have no teeth left. And the denture companies come in and say, fantastic, you are our ideal customer. If you combine biomaterials with stem cell technology, you can now, in about 5 to 7 years' time, because it's got to go through regulatory hurdles, and this has already been demonstrated, you'll be able to go to a dentist, but you'll be paying a lot, so we have to talk about commercialization and maturation of the technology. You'll be able to go in with a cavity, you'll be able to have a filling in exactly the same way that you have a filling today, and that filling will regrow your tooth. It's already been proven. This is not sci-fi tech. This is, again, another British company. So, as we start moving on, as we start thrusting everything into the world of digital, you need to be able to connect it all. So, again, when we talk about connectivity, connectivity is changing in itself. How many of you sell something as a service via the cloud? Great. How would you like another 3.5 billion customers in the next 5 years? So again, a technology that many people don't care about, high-altitude stratospheric platforms. All these emerging technologies have weird names. That is a global space internet. So there are now companies launching 1,200 satellites a year for the next 4 to 5 years, putting over 4,000 satellites in orbit that will let you beam 15 gigasecond Wi-Fi, 5G, 4G, and LTE down to every square centimetre on Earth. You connect the last 3.5 billion people. Those companies are SpaceX. You might not have heard of them. But the other companies, I don't know if you've heard of these, Facebook, Google. Yeah. So if you're Disney and you suddenly have access to another 3.5 billion consumers who are now connected but via 15 gig, that might be an interesting place to go. Energy. We're seeing all sorts of interesting things in energy. So again, artificial photosynthesis. We now have systems that are now more energy efficient than nature's own plants. Okay? So that's fun, but grid-scale electric storage, if you take renewable technologies and you combine it with grid-scale electric storage, I don't know, you could run a city on batteries. But I don't know anyone who's done that other than Los Angeles. Los Angeles in 2021 will be running for 4 hours a day completely on battery power. They are now building a 100 megawatt battery. It's not a power station. It's the first time ever that a power station has been beaten, or power stations generally have been beaten by battery technology. So if you're running data centers and you want a really, really green data center, you now have a way to store renewable energy. Geoengineering in 2018, basically we'll be going to Mars, so again, SpaceX. When we get there, you need to be able to 3D print habitats, you need to be able to terraform and all these sorts of things, so those technologies are sort of relatively interesting. Materials, if we're talking about robotics, basically we now have technologies, and again, these have been demonstrated already, artificial skin. If you want a robot to genuinely feel like we do, for whatever particular reason, maybe they should be a surgeon, we have artificial skin. We have graphene, which is up and coming, changing the way that we consume electricity and produce electronic componentry. We have next generation hybrid materials, again, all sorts of weird things. Have you ever thought about trying to make a metal slug? Because some scientists somewhere have. So what we are now able to do is we are now able to genetically engineer organisms, and so the cells inside them are metallic. So we have already produced the world's first hybrid life forms. They are neither machine, they are neither organic. And again, there are lots and lots of these. It's actually quite creepy when you start looking into it. Again, we have other technologies. So robotics. Yeah, you combine robotics with artificial intelligence, you stick it in the cloud, and we all know where robotics goes. Robotics is accelerating at a tremendous pace. So in the US, again, basically there are technologies called Atlas, which are already replacing infantrymen and other things. Security. So from a security perspective, we all use 1024-bit encryption. 1024-bit encryption can be cracked within about 5 minutes with the right type of quantum computing, which is already online. So there's a quantum computer called D-Wave. The NSA, Google, and China actually have a number of quantum computers at the moment, and they've already exploited it. So you've got the entire US government now moving to 2048-bit encryption. And you've now got China, who have just launched the first satellite-based secure quantum cryptography, easy for me to say, quantum communications network. So as we all talk about security being important, again, these technologies, are they disruptive? If you secure something and if foreign governments can't hack it, what does that do for espionage? Maybe spies will be out of a business. And then sensors. If we move into the Internet of Everything, you can't really do anything without sensors. So today we've got increasing numbers of hyperspectral sensors. You've got molybdenite sensors. Who likes molybdenite sensors? Who likes taking photos in the dark? Hey, here we go, we know. So, molybdenite sensors, you'll all get to know molybdenite sensors in about the next 3 years. They will actually allow you to take almost perfect photos in the dark. But have you heard of it? Will you hear of it? No. So this is going into all of the CMOS sensors. However, if you take a molybdenite sensor, combine it with a CMOS sensor, and you can now take photos in the dark, bearing in mind we live in a digital economy where we have lots of CCTV, lots of mobile phones. What could that do for your mobile phone company? Is that a differentiator? Again, just one little titchy technology. Hyperspectral sensors are increasing crop yields by 30%. You can now detect bombs from over 10 miles away. So if you strap a hyperspectral sensor to, again, something like an MQ-9 Reaper drone, you know exactly where the bombs are. So what does that do for terror and security? And then the end user experience. This is really where you're going to experience most of the stuff, because a lot of these other technologies like molybdenite sensors just happen somewhere else. 3D imaging, avatars. We now have technologies, so who watches the Cannes Film Festival? The world's great. The world's first AI-directed and produced movie has now come out. So if you think that actors, Spielberg, casting crews, cameramen, people who look for landscapes basically for movies are actually safe, no. We're already at the point where we are creating completely automated movies. So in this case, the AIs actually did the casting as well. And when the AIs were put up against the humans then said, actually, we'd have chosen those people as well. Holography, haptics. So we've seen taptics basically from Apple already, but haptics. If you want to go and buy a new shirt on Amazon and you want to know what the fabric feels like, you'll be able to do that on your phone. What does that do if you're running e-commerce websites over the next 5 years? Buy a sofa online? Screenless displays. We are moving increasingly away from the traditional forms of computing that we've all come to know. Laptops, even tablets, but certainly laptops, PCs, all those sorts of things, they're moving away. So in the future, we have new types of screenless displays, basically where images are simply beamed onto the retina. So if you follow a company called Magic Leap is the biggest stealth startup in the world. They've got about $1.5 billion worth in venture capital funding. They are essentially the new Google Glass. Touch. Ultra-high definition rendering gets rid of actors. But again, if you combine ultra-high definition rendering with avatars, with artificial intelligence, with big data, can't you now get rid of teachers? So, bridging the divide. So, the CEO's concern is the competitive impact of technology, but it actually shouldn't be. It should be what you do with technology. And this is where the innovation and evolution start coming in. If you want to disrupt anyone, anywhere, first of all, you've got to disassemble their value chain. So insurance organizations, for example, pay a massive premium for their data. But if you're able to get that data and analyze the amount of risk that's held within that data, you kick them here. If you want to kill people in the sales and marketing department, and sometimes a lot of people do, you can do that with bots. Every disruptive company does this. It's vision combined with culture, discovery. You've got to build it, and this is where DevOps come in, and you've got to execute it. So when you have a look at the organizations that grow like crazy, they do 80% of 30 of the things that all of your organizations do really well, exceptionally. There is no real magic bullet to disruption. But you've got to do everything well. That's the trick. So when we look at things like industries of the future, they're hidden on plain sight on the radar. But you've got to look at how you can combine different technologies together, combine them with needs, combine them with execution, combine them with prototyping and building and everything else to see how you get a disruptive product or service. Innovation is not disruption. Innovation is nice, but innovation without execution stays in the lab. So we've got a couple of quick technologies here. This is an example of a future technology, so extreme life extension. By the end of the century, we'll be able to live between 120 and 500 years. How can we do that? Regenerative medicine. If you lose an arm, you can actually grow an arm back using stem cells. Again, that technology is already here. It's basic, but it's already here. This stuff only gets cheaper, it only gets more ubiquitous, and it only ever accelerates. So if you now start combining some of these technologies together, you get life extension. Now, from a medical perspective, you might look at that and think, well, okay, so that's great, we can all live longer. But all of these new products and services have impacts downstream. If you live longer, you need more houses. You need different types of healthcare. What happens to your pension if you live for 500 years? So this is where suddenly, from a disruption perspective, you're going, hey, hang on, people are living longer. Where did that come from? And then we'll skip through some of the rest. And then this is probably the most, and this comes back to the 45 percent piece. So Marriott, 23 years old, 127,000 employees. We've talked about Airbnb. Airbnb, 8 years old, 1,600 employees. Increasingly, machines are making more and more of our decisions, transactions, decisions, and brokering. We're already starting to see a flip. By 2025, we should probably have a flip where there are more decisions made by machines than by humans. So the next wave of disruption, any gets on how you disrupt Airbnb or Uber or AWS? You do it with WhatsApp or WeChat. You put a bot in here, and Facebook's building this, and Tencent have already built it. And if you want to provision out a server, if you want to order a cab, you just say, order me a cab. And that cab goes off, checks the blockchain, or checks basically the data that it has access to, and it determines what cab you should have. And that cab turns up outside. It's called a control point. You no longer go into the Uber app on your phone. The bots have decided, based on your preferences, because they're trawling 450 data points about your socio-demographic backgrounds, they've decided what type of car you like, how much you like to pay. They already know where you are. They send a cab. But that cab isn't necessarily Uber. And it's exactly the same for Airbnb. We're now booking travel via bots. So the biggest question in the future is your competitor really going to be a human? Or is it actually going to be a machine? Because machines know how to, are getting to know how to build companies. They're called distributed autonomous organizations. That's just one of the names for them. You can run multi-billion-dollar organizations with no people now. VCs have invested over $3 billion in that technology, and it's already running rampant in San Francisco. So coming back to that 45%, over the next 20 years, experts reckon that between 35 and 45% of all of today's jobs will be made redundant. From a software perspective, we now have machines writing 20% of the world's algorithms, and they're operating better than humans. And it's only going to get worse. So that is the end.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Matthew. I don't know whether I feel happy or doomed now, actually. I'm not really sure how I feel. We still have a business here today, I hope. Hopefully we're going to still... Atlassian, come to the rescue. Right, so we're going to be taking, just before you all stand up, we're going to be taking a 15-minute coffee break. Your challenge is, outside there's a whole row of people serving you tea and coffee. Half of them are robots, half of them are humans. All right, you're allowed to poke them and find out which ones, and you know, who comes in and tells me exactly who's who is the challenge here. So we have, as I say, 15 minutes. What I'd like to be able to do is ask you to come back very promptly after 15 minutes back in this room. We then have 2 further speakers to the point where we will then break for something to eat. So, pick up your belongings, okay, if you'd like to exit through that door, and please, there's coffee being served in 2 locations, immediately outside and in the Spanish Gardens. Testing, testing. Oh, yeah. Okay, we have the last few people just joining us. There's a few more people just coming through the doors. Adam, we're good? We're good? Okay, ladies and gents, thank you very much. Hopefully you enjoyed the break. It's warm out there, isn't it? It's absolutely gorgeous out there. I actually just walked through the Spanish Gardens through the back, and the barbecue's fired up. It's all raring to go. There's no meat on there yet, but it is ready to go. Just before I introduce our next speaker, carrying on a little bit from Matthew's conversation about technology, I actually placed a bet with a friend of mine just a couple of months ago, saying that in 6 years' time, I won't own a car. Now, let me just do quickly, first of all, hands up, who owns a car? Okay, 100%, pretty much 100%. So the reason I don't believe we own a car, first of all, they are very inefficient, if you like, in terms of value for money. Did you realise that 87% of the time they're sat there doing nothing? So you're paying for a car to sit on a driveway wherever you are now, or when you get to work, 87% of the time, sat there doing nothing. And along comes these technologies like Uber and Google with driverless technology. And indeed, what we heard is, what's the point in having a car when I can click something on an app and the car turns up and it takes me to where I want to be? And I think going, that disruptive technology, that means NCP car parks. Well, they don't need to be NCP car parks because you've got no car to park. So it's going to be a really interesting time. That's another optimistic thing, isn't it? Right, okay, so very happy to introduce you to Jen Ashley, Director of Women Who Code London. So Jen, if you'd like to come on up, and I will do an introductory. So Jen Ashley, after thinking about future technology, let's turn to a topic that is hopefully not in the future, but rather about the present reality of your team strategy, namely women in tech. Very good. Do I have... Yep, so very quick précis. Jen Ashley is the Director of Women Who Code London and a leader of Anita Borg Institute London, which delivers the first one-day Grace Hopper conference in Europe. Anyone go? You've got a lot of opportunities here. She's the head of business development at Sistango. Is that correct pronounced? Okay. A software company. She was also the head of development outreach at Skills Matter and a former VP business development manager / project manager at Citigroup. She currently chairs a chair of the Social Developer London community and co-organizer of Open Tech School London, the London Game Developers. Again, please, after your break, would you please put your hands together and welcome Jen.
As Jerry said, I'm Jen Ashley, and I'm the Director of Women Who Code London. I'm on Twitter as Code Green Heels. As I always say to our members, you have to be authentic and be yourself. And I code, and I'm always wearing high heels, so I kind of reflected that in my Twitter handle. So I've got a degree in mathematics and applied mathematics. I wasn't really into computer science when I was at university, but it was my mother who actually, in a way, forced me to get into it. When I was finishing my second degree, I got an award from a local bank from the Philippines. I'm from the Philippines, so yeah, they gave me that award, and it was just supposed to be for a summer training. And my plan was to go to university again after that training and get another degree. But my mother uprooted me from university. one day I went back to my dorm and all my things are gone. Because she said you have to like stop studying now and work. So I did go to that training, and what basically happened is they gave me training on coding, and they employed me after that as well. And I stayed on. I was with them for 12 years, and back then it was still SDLC. It's not agile as we have it today. So I moved on from a developer role to other roles in analysis, production support. So all the steps that you can think of. In the end, I was doing business development for Citigroup, and was working on a project that is currently rolled out in 100 countries with Citigroup as a presence. So it's a big project. And after 12 years, I said I'll retire because I was just tired because I was traveling a lot. I was probably away. When I was assigned in the UK, I was away half of the time. So much so that the Inland Revenue was actually giving me back my taxes because I was actually not in the country most of the time. So when I retired, I said, I'll rest. That was the whole point of that. But I'm not the type of person who can just sit down and do nothing. So I started running several companies. But I wasn't employing a lot of people. I was using technology to run the business. I was running that for around 5 years, and said to myself, okay, that wasn't really what I wanted to do when I left Citigroup, so let me retire again. So I did that again, and I came across Meetup. As I said, I'm not a type of person who would just sit and do nothing. So I was looking for something to do. So I came across Meetup. Initially, I avoided it because I thought it was actually a dating site. But when I learned that there are technology meetups there, that's when I actually got involved with Meetup events. And I ended up running initially around 5 meetup groups. And then 2.5 years ago, I got involved with Women Who Code. Women Who Code is actually a nonprofit which started in San Francisco in 2011. I'll talk about that in a little while. So when I got involved with Meetup, this is really the picture, of the events that I'm going to. And I didn't really mind that because I'm used to that kind of environment in Citigroup. There were not a lot of women in our department anyway, so I'm used to that. I didn't think there's really a problem. So you can see there's really not a lot of women. There are some. In meetups that I attended, usually it's me or there's another, woman there or another 2 or 3. But if you get 5, you're lucky. So this is at Facebook. Last year I was sent by Apple to their developer conference, and I'm happy to see some women there. But when we were going to the hall where the event's gonna happen, this is actually the picture, which is a sea of men. So you can see that there is a problem in terms of numbers, and the reason why Women Who Code exists is to address that problem in terms of the imbalance of numbers, especially in the field of software engineering. So as I said, we started in San Francisco a few years ago in 2011. In London, we've now got 3,000 plus members. We started from 300 2.5 years ago. Worldwide, we've now got 50,000 plus members, and we're in 60 cities and 20 countries. So it's growing quite rapidly. And the aim of Women Who Code really is, as I said, to increase the number of women in tech, specifically in software engineering. So what we do is we hold workshops like this. So this is at Google. And we also hold hackathons. Again, this is at Google, where we had like 200 plus women attending. As I said, we do workshops, and this is one of the workshops that I gave to some women who have actually not coded before. So they're from different backgrounds. I think in this workshop we had a GP, and we also had a solicitor attending because they just wanted to explore whether they can change careers and get into tech. So there is interest out there. And as you can see from their faces, they're quite happy. This is just a simple workshop where they're, I was teaching them to build a simple, website. But as you can see, they haven't done this before, and for them to be able to do a simple website with a bit of interaction is, something that's exciting and piques their interest. So why are we trying to do this? Why are we trying to increase the number of women in technology? We know that a team which is not diverse is not as productive as a team which is diverse. I'm not going to go into the details, but if you want to just look up studies about that, you'll find a lot, on the internet. Isn't it positive discrimination to men? It can be seen as that, obviously, but if we don't actually do something now, we've seen, from the pictures I've shown you, and in the events that you go to, even this one, you can see that there is, a big imbalance in terms of numbers. So if we don't do anything, we cannot really turn that dial. So we have to do something now. So what support is needed? I think it's really for companies to recognize that and really look at their process in terms of hiring, and look at the current team that they have. I'm sure if you look at your IT team or your development team, you will see the problem that I'm talking about. You probably don't see it as a problem because you can still achieve things, but you'll probably be achieving greater things if you try and look at diversity and inclusivity. So what support are we getting? One of them from our friends from Atlassian, I don't know if Matthew's still here. So they donated $110,000 for Women Who Code. And this is just one of the examples where corporations are actually trying to help the issue of the lack of women in technology. So we're supported by a lot of corporations like Google, and some of the events that we hold are supported sometimes by Bloomberg and JP Morgan. So we're very lucky at the moment that we're getting that kind of support. And I just hope, obviously, corporations like this have got a lot of resources behind them. But even as a small company, you can do, a difference. You can make a difference by looking at, as I said, your hiring practices and the diversity and inclusivity in your team. It can be done, so we just have to seize the day and do it. Just have to quit slacking, make shit happen, basically. And if not now, when are we going to do it? Because we had this problem, for a while. And we know we cannot change the past, but we can do something about the future. So we just need to keep moving forward. And we know we can do it, especially with the support from men. Thank you very much.
Jen, thank you very much. So just out of interest, we as a company struggle to find good developers. How many people here have in their development teams women working for them in their development teams? Yeah, so I think we can all do a little bit better to try for resources that we all struggle to get good people. I'm sure we can all do better. So once again, hands up please. Who uses Twitter? Oh, okay. Those people with Twitter, I'd like to set you a challenge, please. I'd love to get hashtag CVCloud trending. That's the word. Thank you very much. Trending. So, do you use Twitter? Do you use Twitter? No. Oh. So, I almost forgot the word, though, actually, I have to be honest. So, if I could encourage you, please do us a favour. Tweet something about us. That would be good stuff, please. Right. I'd like to introduce you to our next speaker, Julie Holmes. So actually, I had the pleasure of meeting Julie, I don't know, like 4,000 miles away from here, at a recent set of events. We did a road trip, which was Washington, Philadelphia, and New York. And Julie came along on the road trip. She's not part of Clearvision. She came along on the road trip and did a fantastic presentation there. And obviously, we invited her over to the UK as well. So I have a bit of a biography for her as well. So she joined us all the way from the USA via northwest London. Northwest London, cool blimey. She's a new arrival in the UK just 2 weeks ago, so she transferred across. So when did we meet? About 4 weeks ago? Must have been about 4 weeks, okay. After hearing our earlier speakers, it's easy to get excited about technology, but technology on its own is not enough. According to Julie, it's not enough. So, Julie is the Director of Strategy for InsightSoftware.com, a tech company that creates solutions for businesses to see and understand their performance. With background ranging from large enterprises like Oracle to small startups, she has helped design products and build strategies that make customers and sales happy. Do you ever make salespeople happy? That's a challenge. You just give them more commission, I think that's what you have to do. We are pleased to have this enthusiastic American here to share the human dimensions for digital collaboration. Hands together, once again, please, for Julie Holmes.
Good? Does that sound American enough for you? Are y'all doing all right? I'm super excited to come up here and talk to you. Just kidding. I'm from the Midwest. It's just a little north of that. Now, here's the challenge. This may or may not be the right slide deck because it's missing some stuff, but we're going to wing it because that's what we do best. So first, I want to start off by just confirming what collaboration really is. How many of you collaborate? Are we collaborating right now? Oh. We're actually just communicating. I'm sharing information with you, but we don't have a common or a joint goal. And that's what collaboration is all about. Working collectively toward a common or a joint goal where we all feel a sense of responsibility to make it happen. So if that's the definition of collaboration, then we can go on and look at a little history of digital collaboration. Because certainly we've been able to do this one-on-one, but technology has come along over the years to help us accomplish it. First, in 1876, we saw our very first telephone. This telephone enabled us to communicate across the distances so that we could spend an inordinate amount of time repeating the word, hello, 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 hello. And if we go on to 1956, we saw our very first multi-purpose computer. A multi-purpose computer because we needed to be able to collaborate around more than just our conversations, but to be able to share information. This has given us decades of support people repeating the oft-heard phrase, have you tried? Turning it off and turning it back on again. In 1946 was the first time that we had audio and video combined together in a single recording. This paved the way for us to be able to bring together the future of video conferencing so we could spend the rest of that time avoiding the video part. In 1959, we knew that we needed to be able to collaborate around documents as well as around our voice and our image. So in 1959, along came Xerox, providing a means for HR executives to be gainfully employed, prosecuting employees for photocopying various body parts. And in 1983, in our lifetimes, well, some of our lifetimes, in our lifetimes, we saw the mobile phone so that we could enjoy dropped calls from anywhere instead of just at our desks. And all of this technology with the sole function of helping us to collaborate. Now it looks something like this. The whole world is at our fingertips. Our ability to connect and communicate with other people in our business and around us is phenomenal. We've never seen the kind of technology in the past that we have today. But this is still what many of our offices look like. So, what is collaboration historically? Well, collaboration has been groups of people sitting together, talking to each other face to face. That's how businesses have historically been done. And even within the most advanced businesses, the most technologically astute businesses, we're still seeing most of our business departments functioning the same way. Our accounting teams, our marketing teams, our operations teams, our manufacturing teams, they're all still sitting in groups. But as technology people, you know that that's not necessarily how we do business anymore. Now, it looks a little bit more like this, where we're interacting with people remotely. And in fact, if we drill down, these are all beautiful people wearing lovely headsets. But in reality, it probably looks more like this catch of the day. Now, with a handsome fellow like this on the other end, who could possibly miss a 6 a.m. conference call? But the truth is that technology doesn't do any of this collaboration. Right? We actually heard Matt say earlier, technology facilitates, it enables. And that's true here too. It's actually people that collaborate. I was having a great conversation this morning with John and Vanessa. And John and Vanessa and I were talking about how much technology can actually change what we physically do. How much can technology replace what we do today? And there are certain things that technology cannot replace. And that is the ability to collaborate and the next two things that I'm going to talk about. So, the need and challenges for collaboration are growing. Our businesses are not the same as they once were. The competitive landscape is changing. Heck, for all we know, we're going to be completely replaced by artificial intelligence and just by the end of lunch. So don't be alarmed, though. There's still a couple of things that I'm not quite convinced that technology is going to supersede. But Matt and I might have to wrestle about it later. First, we know that in today's workforce, according to a 2015 Atlassian survey, 72% of dev teams have some remoters. How many of you have people that are working remotely on your teams? That's about right, isn't it? About 70, 80%? Excellent. So those remote workers are everywhere, and they're contributing. And 50% of UK companies support remote working. You'd think that sounds pretty good for right about now, but the UK is actually 6% below the next highest country. So the UK is actually behind in terms of its willingness to support remote workers. How many of you are remote workers yourselves? Oh, not quite as many. Sorry, let me raise my hand. And what about all of those people that you do business with that are not in your company? So maybe you have remote workers on your team, or perhaps you don't, or maybe you're a remote worker, or perhaps you're not. But there's a whole nother group of individuals that you work with every day that are always going to be remote. And those are your customers and your vendors. When we talk about collaboration, the future of collaboration isn't just about how we work together within our own organizations. It's about how we work together with other organizations. How do we create teams across not only our own company, but out to the people that we serve and to the people that serve us? And by creating those partnerships, we advance the initiatives of collaboration and the benefits that everyone experiences. It's pretty amazing, right? So you are all going to collaborate. Right now, collaborate, get on it. Just kidding. So what's the problem, right? We've got great technology coming along. We've got an obvious need for collaboration technology. What seems to be the problem? What on earth could I stand up here for 20 minutes and talk about? Besides the fact that I'm American and I can probably talk for 20 minutes, no problem. Well, the problem is that when I talk to companies about their strategy and about evaluating their business performance, the number one thing that I hear from them is that they're not sure whether or not this technology that they've implemented has actually done all that much for them. Right? They've implemented some technology, but they're not really sure what value it's added. I've overheard multiple conversations actually going on with phrases like that. Yeah, they're just not sure. It looks pretty good, but it's hard to say. So the problem is that these technologies on their own don't give us success. These technologies enable us to find success. So here's the first part of our two-part strategy today. The first thing that we should all be doing is giving collaboration a job. This is Alicia. Alicia was somebody that I knew, and a CEO had heard about her work from somebody else. She was clever, ambitious, very, very good at what she did, and this CEO felt like she was exactly the kind of person that he needed in his company. He felt like if he could bring Alicia into his company, she would be able to solve virtually any problem in the organization. She had a huge rack of skills that she could leverage in bringing to bear value for the company. He approached Alicia about working for them. He interviewed her. She told him all about the amazing things that she had been doing with all these other companies. And he thought, man, that sounds great. That's exactly the kind of thing we need at our company. And so he extended an offer to Alicia, and she joined the organization. The CEO took her to the manager of the department and said, here you go. There's this incredibly brilliant woman right here. You know, she's going to be able to make a huge difference in our company. Off you go. But the manager wasn't really sure that he agreed with what the CEO had said. Any CEOs have brought in an amazing person and handed that amazing person off? I see a couple nodding heads. So guess what happened? She was placed in project after project with not very clear guidelines about what success was supposed to look like or how she was meant to contribute to that project. There was a lot of floundering, and 6 months later, even the CEO was shaking his head going, I don't know what these other people were talking about. She did not add that kind of value to my company. What a lie. This feels like kind of a hard story about a person, right? But yet, this is actually a story about our technology. This is a story about every software that we consider implementing within our companies. How many of you had a CEO bring a software package and say, I saw a demo of this software package at a trade show? Oh my God, it's amazing. We have to have it. All these other companies I talked to, they have it and they said it's amazing. We have to have it. Here's this software package. You implement this software package. It will be amazing. And yet, was it amazing? How many of you feel like you've gotten all the value out of the softwares that you've implemented? Collaboration just being one of them. Oh, no hands? You get extra steps on your Fitbit. No? Well, that's kind of the problem, isn't it? So here is where I'd love to give you the analogy. Give your software implementations a job description. You wouldn't hire an employee and expect them to be a success without clearly articulating what it is that they're going to do. How are they going to succeed? And yet we do that with software packages all the time, including collaboration technology. And in fact, collaboration technology needs strategy in order to actually determine what success looks like. It's through that determination that we're able to bring all this information together and say, yes, it delivered its job. The number one way that companies evaluate the success of collaboration technology is actually through implementation time. How many of you think that implementation time is the most important factor of success for any implemented software package? And yet, it is the number one thing that's used to define success. It almost doesn't matter what the implementation time looked like, does it? It only matters what it was intended to do and whether or not it actually delivered it. So, when you're thinking about your software packages and giving them a job to do, be specific. That's my advice. Don't just say we want it to increase dialogue between two departments. Pick 2, 3, 4 processes. Articulate those processes. Measure those processes. Define those processes. Set expectations for exactly how you feel this collaboration technology is going to improve those processes so that you can evaluate and measure them. It's not enough to say, I want things to be better. I want things to be nicer. Those aren't words that we can measure and articulate around success, and those aren't words that we should use in our strategy. They're words we use in vision, but not in strategy. So, write a job description. And you know, here's the other great thing I'll tell you about job descriptions for software packages. It gives everybody a common playing field when they're thinking about a particular product. If you say, we need to write a job description for this, and we need to decide whether or not this software is doing its job, they'll get it. They'll understand in a way that an RFP would never show them. No more RFPs, no more RFPs. Okay, so part two. Part two is that human intervention is required. Collaboration technologies without the human part are just technology. There's no collaboration. Interesting, but not really all that motivating. But when we talk about collaboration technology, one of the primary reasons that we want to have collaboration technology is so that we no longer just have frustrating meetings like this, where we're constantly just struggling and focused on the tech alone. We implement collaboration technology so that we can get to this. Really, really happy sitting outside in a garden, yeah, with all of our friends and coworkers, enjoying a nice cup of tea. That was my British reference just there. But we want to build these relationships. Now, does collaboration technology really help you build relationships in a way that actually impact your business? Yeah, it does actually. 17% of people that have collaboration technologies in their organizations are more satisfied with their workplaces. And 22% of people that have collaboration technologies in their workplace actually believe that their company cares about their morale. Shocking! Companies that care about morale. Just by having a technology in place, we can show employees that we want them to connect with each other and interact. That's kind of powerful when you think about it. Let's use a specific example. How many of you have pictures on your profiles? Let's do it the other way. How many of you have profiles without your photo? Without your personal photo where somebody could actually identify you in a lineup? Not with your boyfriend cut out, not with your dog, right? Raise your hand again. Only a few of you. And yet, social psychology would tell us that there is an effect called the mere exposure or mere presence effect, that merely by me seeing an image of you, I like you more. True story, and tons of studies about it. One great study involved a university classroom where they actually had specific people come and just sit in the classroom. They didn't do anything, they just came and sat in the lecture hall. And at the end of the semester, they went through and did a liking survey to determine how much you liked somebody that a picture of somebody. They showed pictures and said, do you like them? And the results indicated that the more that person was in the class, even though they'd never spoken to them and never had any interaction with them, they liked them more. So here's an example of how we have a technology like collaboration, and we're not doing everything we can to make it successful. We want collaboration technology to help us build relationships and rapport with our fellow staff members, with our fellow colleagues, our customers, our vendors, and yet we're not doing everything we can to ensure its success. So after today, take a nice selfie and go post it on your profile picture and put it on your email, because when people see a picture of you, they like you even more. Yeah, and that's got to be part of the goal, because small talk leads to big talk. And that's what we want to generate through collaboration. Collaboration certainly gives us a repository to put all of our information. But the point of collaboration in most collaboration technologies like chat and video, Slack is a great example. Slack was actually founded, just like HipChat, on the idea that having these little discussions build rapport amongst teams. And why does rapport matter? Because it builds trust. And why does trust matter? Because trust positions us to have difficult conversations and to innovate. So when problems come up and we need to take our businesses to the next level, We need to already be in a circle of trust with the people that we work with so that we can get the job done and be more successful. So we need that small talk to lead to big talk. So get rid of the Tasmanian devil, little image on your profile picture and slap it up there. It doesn't matter that you're not good looking. It's okay. Put that picture up there because you want to get to this big talk because that's what really matters. So your two things. You need to give collaboration a job description, be specific. Make sure that you know what collaboration technology is actually going to do. And you need to make sure that you're doing everything you need to do and that everybody in your company is doing what they need to do in order to ensure that it's going to succeed. Because if we aren't working with it, then we are stopping it from doing its job successfully. And it'll leave 6 months later and we'll be disappointed with the results. So 2016 looks something like this. We've got information all over the place. We've got people all over the world that we're working with, whether it's internally, externally, our customers, our employees. And the future looks like this. The future is full of all of you deciding what's going to happen with collaboration technology. Is collaboration technology actually going to make the difference in your businesses that you want it to make? Only the humans can tell. Thank you very much.
Julie, what a great presentation. I'm sure you'll agree, and perhaps another round of applause for somebody that's come over from the USA. So hopefully you weren't a result of Brexit, the fact that you joined us about 2 weeks ago. And if it is, that's the cause of it. Okay, well, we've imported a good quality there, so thank you very much. Okay, so now we find ourselves ready for something to eat. How many people are hungry? Oh, yeah. So in theory, the barbecues are fired up and they're all ready to go. So what I just need to describe a little bit about this room, what's going to happen, some things are going to change. You will need to pick up all your belongings and take them with you. The other side of this door, just to explain, when we reconvene in about an hour's time, roughly 12:55, but listen out for the announcement. There'll be this room. There'll be basically 3 sessions going on. This room. Next door will be what we call the Agile, and I'll cover over this in just a second, but we'll be going through that door at the moment. There'll be another room next to that. I believe we'll have to open these doors for those people that want to come back into the sessions in this room, because that will have a separate entrance. And then right over through the Spanish Gardens, right in the corner will be a 3rd session, which I'll let you know about in just 2 seconds. So reconvening in about an hour's time. Again, opportunity out into the gardens. There'll be technical people. The Clearvision folk will not be taking a lunch break. If I see the meeting, they're not allowed to. You are first, and they follow at some point later. So take advantage, ask them the questions if you have any questions whilst you're eating. The process will be to exit through here. We'll be going left into the Spanish Gardens. Just behind us is all the barbecues. Down into this corner is seating area if you'd like to sit down and eat. No, you're not exiting that way because of that table. You can go out that way or you can go down that way. I'm getting directions, but I've just clarified that you can't go that way, I'm afraid. So the barbecues are laid along the back here. Sit down eating is in that corner. Drinks are over in this corner, so I wonder which area is going to fill up first. Drinks over in this corner, so please feel free to sit wherever you want to. There's plenty of seating around. So what are we going to just do when we reconvene? Let's just cover. So there'll be 3 streams. This main hall will have 2 Q&A panels, one following the other. The first one is on cloud technology. The second one is all about blockchain in business. Okay? You don't have to stay for both. You can please mix and mingle between the sessions. The next room over will actually be tackling the topic of Agile. And in the Spanish hideaway, if you want to hide away somewhere, there's a room for about 30 odd people right over in the corner, and it literally is hidden away, covering the general topics of business and technology in business. So please do find the right opportunity. Again, if you want to just utilize the space and talk to some Clearvision folk, please do take advantage of that. So, any questions before we break for anything to eat? Don't be shy. Are you enjoying yourselves? Yeah. Good. Okay, go and enjoy some food and some data scientist and technical trainer based in London, working with database technology since the 1980s. Oh, you don't look old enough. Akmel specializes in big data and no SQL, working with companies such as Reuters, Logica, Computer Associates, Informix, IBM, Hortonworks, and Data Stacks. So, without further ado, if you'd like to welcome your three panelists, and it's going to be driven by Scott. Gentlemen, if you'd like to take the stage.
Okay. Should be on. Hello? Hello? Ah, we're working. So thank you everyone for coming. First big caveat, I am not a cloud expert, so I think that's why I've been asked to chair this panel, because I'm hoping to learn from the experts and people around the room as well. So we're hoping this can be quite interactive, so very much want you to kind of take part, not only in asking questions, but if some of you have better answers than the panel members, then feel free to shout out, or if you disagree, absolutely fine. So this morning you were asked to fill in some surveys, which I know many of you would have done, and we've got some of the results today, which we're going to go through as a talking point. So hopefully the clicker is going to work. Never rely on technology. Do we know why that's not showing? I can read it out. Okay. So the first question you were asked was, inside your organisation, is the cloud seen positively and negatively? And as you can see, quite an overall positive feeling. But I think the question for the panel and the group is, the cloud has quite a lot of interpretations for different people, as do a lot of these words. Are there any kind of key business drivers that you guys think are kind of key to this kind of view, or where businesses are in terms of cloud? Is it kind of an ambition? Is it something that people are wanting to use or are using in earnest?
You want to take first? Okay, thanks, Scott. And thank you very much for all of you for attending so far. So I guess my take on this is that, years ago when the internet started, people were worried about security, they were worried about reliability, all of those kind of issues. And then Web 2.0 came along, and then people worried about security, they were worried about reliability. And now cloud is the next big thing, and people are worried about security, they are worried about reliability. The same concerns kind of come through. What we see today, I think, is a tremendous opportunity. So I worked with a number of organizations over the past few years where really they don't want to get into the IT business, okay? That's not their core business. They have other things that they do, and it's far better to let someone else take care of the infrastructure, take care of the back end, build the apps for them, and do the recovery and storage of data and those kind of things. And though I think the poll here reflects this kind of interest in being able to shift to the cloud in a positive way, being able to manage things and let you worry about your core business and let someone else worry about the IT side of things. I guess the key thing that kind of concerns me, if you like, is still some issues in terms of reliability. We tend to use technology too much. We rely upon it too much. When things break down, we're lost. How many of you if you lose your iPhone or your Android, what would you be able to do? Your whole life is stored on these devices, okay? And if they go awry or they don't stop working or you get stolen or something, you kind of lose everything that you've got on there. And despite the fact that Amazon, for example, who are very strong in this space, even they have things like outages where last year, for example, 5-hour outage, huge number of businesses were affected, and essentially you can't work. So still some issues to think about, still some issues to worry about, but it's good to see the positive numbers being reflected in the poll so far.
Does anybody in the group have any experience of it being maybe seen as a bit of a silver bullet in terms of people who maybe don't quite understand it, say, just put it in the cloud and that'll solve all our problems? Is that kind of felt in any organisations, or does everyone absolutely understand it?
Some of our customers.
Some of your customers do?
Perhaps, yeah. And some people within those organisations do.
Okay.
Whereas there are other people who think exactly the opposite, that they believe in it at all.
So do you find yourself saying maybe a cloud isn't right for you almost?
Well, we find ourselves in the two sides, and our customers are the people who are saying
of the cloud, just an edge.
What is it anyway? Yeah, I once said it's described as somebody else's computer. That's all it is, which to a certain extent is true. But if you think about the bigger picture of it becomes almost somebody else's problem to deal with, and you engage with people to deal with those problems for you around the security, around the reliability and those aspects. And it takes away your own headaches. Excuse me. We've been basically using cloud type services for I think 6 years now, Jerry? Yeah, so we switched from in-house mail servers, mail systems, data systems, etc., to cloud services, Gmail being the main one at that time. And it is excellently reliable. It's accessible anywhere. I think one of the challenges is because you rely on remote connectivity, there are issues around that. If you haven't got an internet connection, you're suddenly dead. You can't do anything. You haven't got it locally in your company, or you haven't got it locally on your device. So that is one of the key challenges for me moving forward. And once that gets more solved and more reliable, we're getting into that. Is it in the people in the crowd here? You know, there's about 10%, I think it is here, saying it's seen negatively. Is anyone in a company environment where that's the case?
Kind of like some people wonder where it's stored, so if it's outside the UK or anything like that.
Yes.
Customers or things like
That I think is around data security. Where's my data? That become transparent. Yes, and then a challenge.
Well, I guess I'm quite interested in this whole subject, and Andrew will know a little bit about what we talk about. But essentially, from a psychological point of view, often delegation is done by quite often people at the top of the house who tend to have a futuristic, visionary way, and they like the idea of delegating what you're calling the problem to somewhere else. It's kind of almost like a legal lack of responsibility all of a sudden. And I don't need to employ people. But fundamentally, IT culture, and I'm talking about the people who are making IT decisions as opposed to business decisions, are very pragmatic and generally risk averse.
Yep.
There's culturally risk aversion in IT development, so you always presume it's going to be a problem. So I think there's a real dynamic between why some organisations are perhaps less keen on it if they're listening to their IT folk. It's not much more complex than that. I've got quite a lot of data on it.
And do you get that? Do you think that some of it's worried about their jobs ultimately as well, in terms of the traditional kind of server people thinking, well, if this goes to the cloud, what am I going to do? Do you think there's something in there as well?
There's always a survivability instance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
Go on. Sorry. Go on.
So I had a question. I wondered whether the audience find that they're being pushed into it because it has better cash flow characteristics, i.e., you pay a little bit a month rather than paying for a huge installation of something which a large cash lump sum up front. I don't know whether that comes into it. Is it driven by finance directors in any way, or is it all driven by IT departments?
I think it's a big mixture, to be honest. We see, obviously, we deliver cloud type solutions to our customers for development tool stacks, etc. And that's coming out of a desire to make it someone else's problem. I want to get on, do my software development. I want my teams to concentrate on that and devolve the problem to someone else about keeping it operational, keeping it running. I think there is a capital issue as well. It's easier to sell an operational type expenditure rather than saying, okay, you've got to pay upfront for 12 months of hosting. It becomes potentially a monthly type cycle. Anyone else on the floor?
Do you think this has to do with the size of the company as well? Because some bigger companies are more reluctant to go cloud as opposed to the smaller ones?
Yes, but funnily enough, I was at a conference, Cloud DevOps World, a few weeks ago. And there's some very large organizations there that are totally adopting the cloud and moving everything off their infrastructure. They've got a 5-year to 10-year plan to do that, but essentially they've said, we don't want to have servers anymore. We don't want to operate these things. There are specialists that do that. We'll concentrate on core business and we'll let someone else worry about the problem. So it's easy for a small company to do it, I think, but not so much.
But even the likes of organisations such as IBM, where I worked for
quite a long time, they've adopted it and embraced it very aggressively as well. So not only do they offer it to their customers, but they use it internally as well.
Question now?
Yeah, we are being pushed into it because Steve Ballmer, remember Steve Ballmer? 5 years ago said that the industry had invested $1 trillion into building where we were 5 years ago, and that investment has continued. It's the only show in town. In 5 years' time, you'll have to go on cloud because it's all that is being developed.
Yes, element. So actually, that leads nicely onto the next slide.
Yeah, which is how you feel your organisations are approaching it. So you can see the top line, for those who can't read it at the back, looking towards the cloud. Majority working with the cloud, slightly less transition into the cloud, and none of the above. So it seems that certainly the representations here are moving, already using it, and the kind of people left behind the transition to the cloud. Does everyone see that is that a trend in your?
I think it would be interesting to see what working with the cloud means for people, Scott. I mean, what are people actually doing? Is it simple things like just email hosting, or have they moved their entire infrastructure?
Or using Dropbox.
Everything is gone to the cloud. So, I mean, there's great benefits I think that can be achieved, and going back to I think some of the issues some of you have raised already in terms of cost and being able to plan in terms of where you spend your money. That these are all things that to think about as a business, but there is sometimes a reluctance to do the whole hog. You go the 100% if you like. So it'd be interesting to see what the breakdown of this is, what people are actually doing it, and what's being used and what's not being used, and where they feel concerns. I suspect that in terms of sensitive data. Even simple things like encryption is not enough. Okay, so there's a company I was speaking to just yesterday where they have some software that they've developed that actually is used for privacy, which is something we, in terms of ensuring that only the people that should be able to access data are allowed to access it, and then that information itself is kind of masked in some way. So where we might be storing things like postal codes, people's salaries, addresses, those kind of things, you knowing sort of 2 or 3 of those variables, you could deduce something else in terms of who that person is. That kind of issue needs to be thought about as well, I think.
Does anybody want to share their views in terms of working with the cloud? What does that mean for you? Is it the kind of we're just dabbling, or actually we've gone a whole hog? What's the general view? Yep.
It comes back to what Anna said over there about a risk-averse culture. A lot of people to start with are going to be more like, let's dip our toes into the pool, if you like, try maybe some data storage, maybe some virtual machines that are there. I agree with you, it would be interesting to know how many people have gone, right, full bang, let's move our whole infrastructure over there, or just thinking about, okay, let's try it out first and see if it works first. I would guess, but I don't know, it'd be more the latter of try it out first, and then maybe with our infrastructure after a bit more planning.
Can we maybe just have a quick show of hands who has got everything in the cloud?
All right. Are you worried? No?
We analyse the risks.
Okay.
But yeah, we're pretty happy.
Okay. Have you got contingency though, in case?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's all backed up.
Okay.
To the office. So
Right.
if it went down, then
Yes. I mean, and that's the way to do it. I think that despite the fact that things are far more reliable than they ever were, and things are. It's Murphy's Law. Whatever can go wrong will go wrong at the worst possible time. So you need to have some contingency and backup for those scenarios. Okay.
I think the key thing for me would be that point you made, Andrew, about if the internet goes, then you're kind of knackered, you're just at the mercy of that. So then do you have resilience in your internet connections, and then how far do you go?
Yes, Jerry.
I think one of the challenges that sometimes people forget about is there's a lot of data that a company will put into the cloud, and we never think about those cloud companies going bust, and then they lose interest in getting your data back to you because they're no longer existing. So we do it's important that you do keep backup. It's not a case that someone they might not be. Sorry, it might be a case that they might have a glitch and you have to manage the glitch. Actually, might not exist one day.
Yeah.
We've seen companies go bust. So it's important to keep an eye on healthy cloud providers.
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily just that. So, for example, we saw TUI2. So TUI2 was turning over, 400 million over in the UK. They had their own outsourcing, they had their own managed services services, they went bust, they went to the wall. The receivers came in and gave all of the companies that who were using their cloud 2 weeks to get everything off. And it wasn't just, we don't care what size company you are, you have 2 weeks to extricate everything from 2E2's cloud, and at the end of that 2 weeks, we are turning it off. So there was that. But then you've also got the law of unintended consequences as well, because as you go to the cloud, everything's much more connected. Google, for example, are quite famous at discontinuing products, and you have a look at Belron. So, for example, Belron's IT, they pegged all of their engineers to some rather opaque Google GIS data stream, and Google just went, turn it off, and suddenly Nick, who's the CIO down at Belron, just went, they had no idea the impact that had to our organisation. They didn't tell us they didn't tell us how we were going to do it. They didn't tell us how to migrate off it, and they didn't give us an exit plan. We were just cut off. And so you've got all of these different connections that make up your cloud. If you stick everything with AWS, it's not all with AWS. You've got something. AWS will be hosting it with other people as well.
Yes.
So you have a cascade effect today, which a lot of people don't see until it's too late.
Yes, you have to build up your own disaster recovery strategies and think about what happens if, absolutely. And you can't assume that because you made it someone else's problem that it'll always be someone else's problem. It's still your problem at the end of the day.
So just asking, you need some experts to help out, make sure those that are new to the field,
Yes.
going to something like AWS, which generally probably is the most accepted largest company, but still having some expertise is useful.
Sorry, things happening with that, Steve.
I was actually just interested to build on that. Can I ask a question? Has anybody analysed which is more statistically reliable in terms of disaster recovery, to have a company go down or a total data loss, or have a fire, physical loss?
I suppose if you've moved out to the cloud, then theoretically, if you have the fire, it shouldn't matter. In fact, your business disaster recovery is, okay, everyone go home and work for a day, theoretically. Because essentially, everything's online, you should be able to get to any internet-connected computer. But that problem of the provider going bust, the provider going down, or some other scenario, it's maybe nothing to do with the provider. About 6 years ago, C4L lost a router in London. The entire internet died for the southeast of England for 24 hours. It was nasty. And that was nothing to do with our hosting provider that we happened to be using at the time. It's nothing to do with the internet connection provider. It's just everything stopped in Link in central London. So it's not just the solutions, it's what else is maybe going to impact you as well. We have 8 minutes and we've got a couple of slides. So.
Yes, so next slide was exploring the biggest pain point for you. And top one, information overload, was quite low. Implementation of new tools was the highest. Implementation of new methodologies, kind of in the middle. And communication challenges, quite high as well. Does the panel have any observations on that?
I think new tools is always a tough one because change is so rapid these days. Years ago when I started out in IT, I could have been stuck in the same job for several years and it would have been okay. Whatever I knew at the beginning was the same thing I knew at the end. Today the world changes in every 3 months. New stuff comes along. So learning this stuff is a challenge. Staying on top of technology and the things that, yes, there are great benefits to be had as well, but there are risks, concerns, which many of you have kind of highlighted already. So I think that this implementation of new tools doesn't surprise me really. There are issues associated with that, despite the benefits that you may get from it. So I think for the rest of it, again, the communication one I think is a good one in terms of what does that actually mean? What are we kind of discussing there?
It's an interesting question, isn't it?
Yes.
I don't know if I know the meaning of the question, to be honest. Communication is always, and collaboration is always a challenge throughout an organisation. Possibly if you're talking about new tooling, new methodologies coming on board, actually communicating out what that is and what it means to the organisation and how they're going to use the new tools, how they adopt and move to the new methodologies. And that's one of the things that's happening extensively within organisations at the moment, is that methodologies and ways of working are always constantly changing as well. and trying to keep up with that, plus the new tooling as well, is always a constant challenge. I don't think the cloud really changes that, to be honest, because that's happening whether you've got cloud-orientated structures or not. It probably makes it easier to change. So we need a new tool. Okay, new solutions provider, fine, stick our data over there, and we're up and running. If I have to do that in my own infrastructure, then I've got to think about how do I get the tool in, how do I implement it, how do I get it up and running and operational. So I suppose in a way, actually, the cloud does impact that because it makes it easier to change and therefore change is more dynamic.
Okay, good question.
Seeing issues where, especially around privacy and where the data is actually stored. So there's quite a lot of nice tools, but the data is stored in the US. You know, the legal team was actually, we need the data stored within the EEA.
Yes.
You know, for data protection. You know, over the next 2 years with GDPR, that's going to get even
Yes.
more constrained.
Yes.
The other thing is negotiating terms with those providers, because most of the time it's a click-through license, and then you're on the service, and then people start using it, like Slack, and it's oh, actually, what does that mean for us? And you know, so I think that's where the challenge is with the new tools for us.
Yeah, I think there are moves to address that. I mean, Amazon are opening their EU operation, expanding that operation. So I think that there'll be people will have greater ability to move their solutions around the world to meet those sort of geographical challenges.
Okay, just going to keep the pace moving. So next slide was cloud tech trends, relevance to strategy. So you can see there, virtualization, content delivery, cybersecurity are quite high. Microservices are quite low, and DevOps is pretty squarely in the middle. Any observations around microservices?
Surprised, I guess. I thought that was the next big thing, microservices. So perhaps many of you are quite conservative then in terms of where you feel and where you sit on that. But I guess the other thing, virtualization kind of doesn't surprise me. And then cybersecurity, obviously, you know, this issue has been raised already. The DevOps thing, again, is interesting because that's a kind of a new area that's developed over the past few years in terms of what people's skill sets need to be to handle the kind of change that comes along, and being able to work both in terms of the operational side of things and you know, the development teams as well. It's a combined skill set, and it's quite difficult, I think, to manage that well. I've worked with a few people who've really taken to it like duck to water. You know, they're very skilled both in terms of both parts of that. But the microservices, I'm not sure. I mean, it seems, as I said, you might be quite conservative bunch in that respect. So.
Possibly, I'm not so sure the microservices sits well in larger organisations. You know, integrating all those little small services together could be a challenge. For a small enterprise, small company, or maybe a one-man band, it's possibly much more relevant. So it'd be interesting to see these results against the attendees and see how that slices the data. DevOps is an interesting thing. It's obviously a growing area. We see it as a culture rather than a job. So it's a marrying of two skills that come at release management of software in very different ways. Essentially, developers who love to throw the stone across the wall and have it land in the pond, and the operations people who hate the ripples that causes. So trying to get those two to marry up is quite interesting. But definitely, I think this matches what we're seeing in the enterprise side of things.
Okay. How long have we got? Probably feels like about 2-3 minutes. Is there any final questions anybody would like to ask or raise of the panel? Yep.
When is cloud going to grow up? And when are entrepreneurs going to hand over the steering wheel to marketing?
Interesting question.
Hard one. So the question was, you know, when's cloud going to grow up? And I guess if you look at the likes of Amazon, Microsoft, Google, probably there are these big providers that are out there, and I guess what we'll see is everybody else kind of either get swallowed up by them or disappear. And so there is significant investment from all of these vendors in terms of building these large global data centers, providing redundancy, providing reliability, you know, the backbone, the infrastructure, all of this enables people to do stuff today, I think, which 15, 20, 25 years ago when I started in IT, no one had ever thought about it. So I suspect that it's like we can't see the wood for the trees. I think it's happened already. There's enough traction there. But perhaps old guys like me take a bit of time, before we kind of feel comfortable.
I think there's a different slant to that as well, because I think essentially cloud has been very well marketed and sold without actually having much substance behind it. But that's now sort of changing. It's interesting. Has it grown up yet? Probably not, because we still need a marrying of ability with hype and what a lot of people are promoting and shouting about. And I think there's still a lot of cloudiness around what is the cloud and what it means to people. I certainly haven't seen a definitive definition that isn't shot down by someone else's definitive definition.
I think I heard it was just the internet, that's all.
It's someone else's computer.
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll wrap up there. Thank you.
Ladies and gents, would you please put your hands together and thank the three gentlemen, Scott, Andrew and Akmal. Thank you very much. Session from here onwards?
Yeah, I think there are some slides.
Yeah, that's a good question. Do you have the slides ready?
I think there are
Yeah, there should be.
some pre-asked questions.
Anything about the Dow?
Tomorrow's D-Day.
Indeed.
But I don't think anything specific on the Dow, so you might want to bring that up at the end. No, sure. I don't know what.
We could ask how many people are familiar with the Dow? Okay, so maybe you want to do it.
We might have differing opinions on this.
Privately. Maybe you want to do a quick sort of synopsis on the Dow.
A quick synopsis on the Dow. There was Bitcoin, and then there was a platform that sort of grew out of that technology called Ethereum, which works in smart contracts or has the capability to run smart contracts. A group of people in a company called Slockit produced a sort of layer of smart contracts that looked very much like a sort of VC company in the cloud, I suppose. You could send money to these contracts, it would collect money in a pool, and then with some quite sophisticated voting systems, the people who had invested money in this entity could decide where the money was spent. And so someone came along and looked at the code very carefully and found, it's a bit political, but you could call it a bug, or you could actually say that it's exactly what the contract was supposed to do, depending on where you come down. And he managed to find a way to take out $50 million worth of Ether. So $160 million went into this venture capital fund, and he found a way to take out 50 million into a separate entity called a child DAO. Because of the stipulations of the code, he couldn't take out that money. It was sitting there for 27 days. Then a group of hackers hacked the DAO in a good way and took out the other 70 million and put it into another separate pot. So we have what's called the white hat DAO and the dark DAO. The community can then come together if they want, and what's called hard fork. So you can actually, in Bitcoin, a hard fork is rewinding the chain. In Ethereum, it's slightly different. It's not a full rewind of the chain. It's changing certain parameters. But it effectively means you can get that 50 million back. But once you've done that, you've shown that the chain is no longer immutable. If enough people come together and make a decision, you can rewind time, which is precisely what Ethereum is all not about. You're not supposed to be able to do it. So tomorrow is the hard fork vote across the whole of the Ethereum network as to whether this 50 million goes back into the hands of the people who put the money into the DAO. Is that a relatively...
Yeah, so in essence, the fundamental point of the DAO is it has no owner. Mm-hmm. But by having a group of people being able to rewrite history, in effect, they show there is ownership. So the argument is, to what extent do these decentralized autonomous organizations that sit on the Ethereum blockchain have ownership or not have ownership? Can the code itself be ownership? In this instance, it may not be the most, it won't destroy blockchains as such or the notion, but going forward 10 years, this could be probably one of the most pivotal moments in blockchain history, because you are going to have governments that dislike a decision made on a blockchain, and they will try to attempt to use this as precedents. Yeah. And this has made a lot of companies rethink their blockchain strategy. So it's had repercussions across sort of several.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say there are positive things to it as well, in the sense that if 50 million was hacked in sort of real life, I suppose you'd call it, the money would be gone. In blockchain world, you actually have the ability to get it back. It's whether the community decide to get it back or not. So in some sense, that's a very positive thing.
So that would be one of the fundamental. So the precedence is, if you have a heist, a bank robbery on the blockchain, you can ineffectively render that money useless. If enough of the nodes in that network could come to a consensus and say, right, this is our version of the truth. That makes for a very interesting anti-corruption world, where you could effectively say X government or Y, if the IMF, the World Bank came together as a block and became major nodes in the blockchain, you could effectively have a new type of sanction system going forward. So lots of central banks are looking at this with sort of two glares, as it were.
Yeah, absolutely. Is Victoria CEO of Cointelegraph?
Yeah, hello everybody. I will make a quick introduction because I've joined guys the last minute. So I run Cointelegraph. It is one of the leading media outlets about the blockchain and the future of money. And it is also listed as one of the most influencing companies in the blockchain field. So we're covering all news regarding all the things guys have just talked about. So if you want to be sure to know about the continuation of this situation, please follow us at cointelegraph.com.
Cool.
Okay.
Shall I have a... So this was put out to you guys as a question. Blockchain technology will form a part of our organization's strategy over the next 5 years. And meh was the overwhelming response. And I guess that talks basically to either not a fully clear understanding of where the technology is and how it can be applied, whilst also perhaps people asking themselves the question, do I have to use a blockchain to do what I need to do? Is there something else out there that's better? Which is a very important question to ask as the hype cycle begins to move. There's a lot of where's the blockchain questions happening. That's like, we don't need it. So perhaps that's partly I don't know what it is, and it's partly I've looked and I don't need it.
There is going to be another influencing factor. So a blockchain is going to be regarded as an auditing tool, a compliance tool. So the decision may not be within IT, it may not be within tech. The decision may come from compliance and say, this is how PwC, which is sending out its recommendation, you should all have it within your inbox in about 6 months, that your audit and compliance layer should be looking at the blockchain as an immutable record. In one instance, it helps the firm. If there is any sort of due diligence that wasn't taking place, you could sort of refer back to the blockchain and have an immutable history of what occurred. So you are going to have an instance where compliance is going to start to push the boat for blockchain. It lowers the burden on compliance. It also leaves an audit trail that a lot of compliance departments have been lacking. So it's not necessarily a very tech-orientated decision. It may come from other verticals within the organisation.
Is there anything else to say about this slide? I don't know. Hopefully, towards the end.
I would like to add that despite the fact that if you speak to is it okay now?
Yeah, there you go.
If we're speaking to usual people in the real world, not into the fintech and not into the technology, I agree that there is not a big number of people who have heard about that, and I'm not even saying about people who have ever used Bitcoin or alternative cryptocurrencies, because actually in total I want to say that at the moment there are around 650 different altcoins, so there is not only Bitcoin and blockchain on the scene. However, the finance world is really looking into the blockchain technology, and now we can see different organizations come to this scene. For example, there is an R3 consortium, which includes a big number of powerful banks which are looking into the blockchain, experimenting and thinking about how they can use it in future. In many countries there are a lot of organizations that support blockchain and Bitcoin, so every year the number of people who really knows about it grows and grows. So I hope that soon the people who actually dismay will decrease significantly.
There is a part of a red herring. I mean, not necessarily every organisation is that interested in what type of database they use. There is, so there's a number of Lloyd's underwriters that are working on a blockchain type solution. It's not necessarily A, in their interest, or B, it's not what's communicated to their PR departments or the departments that they may be trialing out a different distributed database structure in the back end. So back end technology is generally not considered something that has to be communicated with the PR department. So there may be a mismatch on how many companies are actually saying they're using it, or how many departments are aware of the usage of it, and how many proof of concepts are actually currently being in place, across. And London is a hotbed for blockchain, so that if that was taking place in London, I would say that's somewhat skewed.
Actually, I have recently even read the paper from the government UK about their thoughts regarding the blockchain in government services. So yes, UK is very up-to-date country looking into that.
And also the Bank of England are looking very carefully at this, and they're trying to ascertain whether a virtual pound would be interesting and what that would do, and maybe even the Bank of England becoming a clearinghouse for their own virtual currency. So that might have some pretty big implications going forward. Should we put the question on? What do you believe will be the biggest industry to experience the greatest change from blockchain after the finance industry? Anyone want to have a crack at that?
So my prediction is the insurance industry. So mutualization of risk, managing your entire sort of chain, value chain, on sort of from the claimant to the reinsurer. If you can have one inaudible look, a real-time map of where your claim is taking place, how it is, and you can start putting clever machine learning algorithms to sort of do your what they call predictive actuaries, and the blockchain lends itself significantly to that. I would say 60 to 70% of all of our recent clients are in the insurance sector, and that's where we see the sort of major growth.
Yeah, for myself, I think there's a couple of things. I think healthcare will be a huge thing. There's so much riding on the chain of custody in terms of how people are qualified, who had control of what implement in a hospital at one particular time. Are drugs counterfeit, and can the blockchain be used to essentially fingerprint certain types of drugs as they go out around the world, so that they can then be looked back on the chain to see if they are real or not. I think obviously medical records could have a huge part, blockchain could have a huge part to play in that, and billing as well. And obviously there's billions of pounds in the medical world, and there's billions of lives that depend on it. So I think if a blockchain can be used to solidify all the processes in healthcare to an extent, that would be a huge role for it to play. And then just as an aside, I think one of the areas of industry that's going to be disrupted most, other than perhaps the financial world, is gambling and gaming. I think provably fair is a sentence that gets thrown around quite a lot, and the ability to use the blockchain to demask various sort of poker, online poker, that kind of thing. You can use smart contracts to shuffle cards previously, and you can cryptographically prove to an extent that the cards were in a certain order. And then I think distributed prediction markets will also have a gigantic role to play, effectively a global uncensorable Betfair, which cannot be censored and cannot be taken down, with almost zero fees. So anyone can bet on anything in the world, and if there's a counterparty to take your bet, you're good to go. I think that's gonna cause a few issues going forward. So those are my two.
Yeah, so Ismail and George have already mentioned several big markets to be influenced by the blockchain. I would also like to mention property management market. I believe this is a good market for the blockchain application, because it will significantly reduce all the paperwork connected with these procedures. So I think it will be really great. And also, as I mentioned, for example, UK is already looking into blockchain regarding the government services. So I think government services will win very much time if they start using blockchain, because this system will allow to get a big transparency and really reduce corruption. Also, George have mentioned the medicines, yes, that you can check whether they were produced legally or not. So I also think that it is applicable for the retail market. For example, at the moment there is a big problem with alcohol illegal production, so it can also be used there.
I mean, just to add, so anything that has provenance and a sort of risk management inside of its sort of core offering as a service can have a far more effective alternative offered by the blockchain, and you're going to see a lot of companies either onboard the blockchain like Lloyd's of London or actually get disintermediated. So there is, because those are essentially low-hanging fruits. The blockchain does provenance and risk management, and that, because of the transparency layer it offers, quite effective, a lot more effectively than sort of 4 siloed databases would do currently.
I wondered if you would mind taking questions from the audience.
Sure.
Anyone with their hand up, anyone like to ask a question?
Well, in reflection of the DAO decision tomorrow, do you think that might have an impact on Bitcoin and the empty blocks this year and the Silk Road issues that happened last year?
In terms of sort of Ethereum's Mt. Gox episode, so this is as damaging to Ethereum as Mt. Gox was to Bitcoin. Yeah, I think in many ways Bitcoin did not rewind the chain for Mt. Gox. A lot of people lost a lot of money. In fact, there were quite a few lives lost over it, and the chain didn't rewind. It was just bad luck. Ethereum rewinding the chain, I think yeah is very difficult to come up with anything positive to say about it. Although I would say for myself, if the 50 million was lost and we had the opportunity to take it back, it could be said that we should be doing it and forget the rest. If the technology isn't about humans, then what's it about? I would say that I feel like Ethereum is so powerful in what it's going to do in the future, and I feel like if the money went, regulators would come down in a way that at the moment they're not going to, and I think it could stifle Ethereum's future if that happens. And I think in terms of governance and how Ethereum could be used in the future for humans to actually organize themselves around decision making, I think it's absolutely critical that this platform does not get hampered by regulations. And if it means getting that 50 million back, then I think that's probably what we should do. But that's my interpretation.
So going back to Mt. Gox and the sort of Bitcoin, there is a counter argument. That was one of the most sort of pivotal moments where the spur of innovation since Mt. Gox in R&D into a decentralized exchange system has been phenomenal. So now, within the next sort of 3 months, after sort of a Mt. Gox, which is nigh on 24 months, from the start of when Mt. Gox occurred to now, there was a gradual downfall to Mt. Gox, so it wasn't sort of overnight. Withdrawals weren't occurring on time. People finding deposits. There was telltale signs.
Such a mess.
But that whole 24 months has meant that for the first time in history, we're able to have the ability to have a decentralized exchange outside of having a big server farms like the London Stock Exchange. So the innovation curve that may result as what's happened to the DAO is probably going to be equal to that. So it just like when we had the dot-com bust, but prior to the dot-com bust, we had sort of 5 years of investments in ISPs and cabling all across the world. So the entire infrastructure is upgraded. So we are likely to see. So they say that the best thing that happened to Ethereum was the DAO hack because of the amount of interest it raised in the concept of a decentralized autonomous organization. The concept is quite out there, even for those inside of cryptocurrency.
And the fact that I think people are going to look at code a little closer.
We have time for one more question.
Yes. Yeah. In terms of actually implementing this, I mean, I did actually hear earlier on this year a government minister being interviewed on terms of, you're talking about, shall we say, the healthcare side of things, how long before the benefits that it will give can actually be implemented in such a thing as vast as our healthcare environments?
I mean, I'll quickly answer, and then you can
Yeah,
do
go
a
for
bit,
it,
bit more of a detailed one.
No, no.
We're implementing a solution for an NHS trust now, so they should be operational in 6 months, having some of their back-end asset management registries on the blockchain. So it will swap out parts,
Sort of
case by case, but rather than one big lump, because obviously the risks associated one big lump isn't. But in terms of how high up the chain and how much influence it has, switch. If you go online now and look at the Lords, they're going to be debating the blockchain. So the next 3 hours of the Lords debate in the committee rooms for the Treasury is. So it is across government, across board, as a technology that primarily can affect, have a cost-saving exercise. So in the NHS, it's been sort of sold as the efficiency driver that the NHS has sort of been seeking for the best part of 2 decades now.
I have one question, if I might. So, in terms of paying staff, and will governments be worried about losing potential tax by the employee being paid through Bitcoin?
Yeah, I think if that employee wants to turn it back into fiat currency, so you've given them Bitcoin and they're like, yeah, I don't want to buy alpaca socks or whatever was one of the famous examples of what you can buy with Bitcoin. I want to turn it back into pounds. You have to go via one of the top exchanges that deal with fiat currency, and they have full KYC. So as far as I'm aware, that's a taxable event. So as soon as you take it out of crypto and back into the real world, once it's in crypto and it stays in crypto, then you're free to throw it around into any alt currency you want. And so I think it would be down to the person to decide at what point they want to create a taxable event.
So I mean, the difficulty for the HMRC is PAYE or self-employed that pay sort of 6 months in advance. So that 6 months in advance the volatility is a pretty difficult volatility to factor in. Whereas it could work on the other side if the HMRC says, okay, we'll wait until you exit out of that, and these currencies have a tendency to sort of.
I think maybe there will be no need in taxation because at the moment the volume of transactions in Bitcoins in each country is not so big, and I believe it will take at least 5 years so that countries really become worried about it. And during this time, maybe many banks and large banks already will implement the blockchain technology, which possibly will lead to the situation when people will not be interested in it because banks will be offering just similar services.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please give him a round of applause for Ismail, George, and Victoria? Okay, so we are actually running late, but I do want to make sure that you get a break. So we're going to do a 15-minute break. Then we're going to reconvene back in this room.
Nope.
So if you keep it quiet, basically listen out to the channel, we'll be announcing when to be back in this room. Thank you very much.
Okay. Once again, welcome back into the main room. Just again, a couple of, or just one item which I'd like to stress. We can only do these events and get better if we have your feedback. On everyone's chair was a question, or was a feedback form. Please, can I really encourage you to fill this form out honestly, because we get better and better at doing this only because you can feed it back to us. And it's very important that you do that for us. Can I again remind you of, what's the hashtag? How many have tweeted? Hands up. Oh, that's terrible. Come on, I want more than that. Right, I want double that number before you go home. In actual fact, we're closing the doors and you're staying here until every one of you's tweeted. Okay, so to close today's barbecue in the clouds, hopefully you have been fed well. We've had the great weather. We ordered this several weeks ago. And we delivered. So hopefully you've been enjoying your day here. And I'm sure that you will communicate to your colleagues back at base what a wonderful day it's been. And that you've learnt lots as well. So we're delighted to welcome the last speaker of the day, who is Matthew Gardiner. And he's going to talk why smart companies focus on being emergent. And a little bit of background. Ooh, a little bit of noise. So Matthew consults to banks. Everyone seems to consult to banks, don't they? Yeah. Financial institutions, high-growth technology businesses. That's just about all of them as well. Okay. Yes. Corporations and scale-ups on successful growth strategies centered around fintech. So he is visiting a lecture at Cross Business School Executive Education. Oh, you are?
I'm visiting lecturer at CAST.
Okay. Yes. Consulting with his network and international tech companies to identify emerging global trends. Matthew is connected to a global network of business incubators, venture capitalists. I'm going to have a chat with you afterwards.
Absolutely.
Thought leaders and key influencers in the fast-paced world of emerging technologies, which is what we've heard an awful lot of about today. So current work includes programs in restructuring global operations using fintech and mobile engagements to senior executives across Chinese and African banking, insurance and publishing sectors, as well as being part of the core team of technology.com. Tech4Gs. I still need better glasses,
tiny,
actually. It is
tiny.
It's really small
Luckily, mine's
writing.
bigger, and that is too.
An international technology industry response to the global refugee crisis, which features in the Nominate 100. So,
that's me. Just a few things.
Yeah. Do you know what? Round of applause, please. Matthew.
Well, thank you. Real pleasure to be here today. Beautiful day as well. Matt this morning did a very good job of telling us all about grow your own drone, regenerative medicine, all those kind of really standout pieces. I love those too, but I'm really going to sort of bring it home, tell you what kind of walk through my life every day when I deal with all these emerging high-growth companies, when I go into banks and tell them what they can start to do. So even incubators, I'm sure you're familiar with the term incubator, high-growth tech incubator. Banks are now referring to as like going to the zoo, essentially. You need a new animal in your business, but you go to the zoo, which is great, you go and see it. When you bring it home, how do you handle it? So I'm kind of at the cross-section of kind of incumbent businesses and emerging ones, and they're global, China, Africa, Europe. Brexit, I must say, some kind of word on everyone's lips, it has had impact, I would say. We're in a kind of low-growth world as well, so in a weird kind of schizophrenic state in the world at the moment with kind of bimodal outcomes. So really interesting to be in technology. I think this is a key growth space. The only problem is there's more and more data to assess. So I'll walk you through my day very quickly, briskly, and then leave some time for questions. So really, I think we all know, data specialists here, this is a 5 megabyte IBM 350 disk. in 1956. Had to be lifted onto a plane. Quite incredible at the time. If we look back to 1956, the average time of a company on the S&P 500 was about 60 years. Now it's come down to 10, 15, 20. So really we know what's going on. We're living in a different world, essentially. Years to $1 billion valuation. So valuation is a little bit subject to erosion at the moment. But you can see here, average Fortune 500, about 20 years, all the way down to Oculus Rift, under a year. So that's what's going on in the business world. This is when it begins to get macro and come towards us. Here we have Paul Romner, famous American academic, saying economic growth occurs whenever people take resources and rearrange them in ways that are more valuable. Possibilities to do not merely add up, they multiply. So really very much about recombination, which is why sitting in a data seat, you have a lot of power available to you. I'm talking to some data companies about tech refugees at the moment. Quite incredible things we can do. I told you it was bigger. I can definitely read that. So you probably know this moment. If I say slam, if I say point at the floor, point at the door, you probably know what I'm going to do, right? Anybody know? Okay, quick education then. If you point at the floor, I am an academic, and then point at the door. I mean, it's so easy, no one's going to do it, right? But this problem, slam, simultaneous location and movement, couldn't be solved from the 60s all the way forward in robotics. Robots couldn't work out where they were in a room and where the door was until in 2011, is it 2011? Yes. Some kids waved an Xbox Kinetic around a room and solved slam. So really a story of mobile, these really small, very powerful chips inside mobiles, very powerful configurations, release the big kind of surge, big load of power around technology. So we know mobile is the first universal technology. Number of people in the world, around 7 billion. Number of people under mobile coverage, around 6 billion. So kind of a no-brainer. It does get to everyone. This is the amount of time people in Britain spend on media and comms activities. So we're not growing our own teeth yet, but we're kind of cutting our teeth on it, if you like. This is the amount of time. And that's other activities. So a lot of digital activity out there. If you're in the digital space already, you probably don't notice because you're immersed in it. But in the outside world, it's different. 1995, we had Netscape. I don't know what that is. I can't remember. It's just gone. Anybody know?
Tetris.
Thank you. Is it really Tetris? That's another story. We've only got 30 minutes, about 20 left now. So let's call it Tetris. So a lot of kind of supplier companies beginning, cut to 2015, and we have service companies. Richest man in Asia formed Alibaba. He's not the richest anymore, was a teacher. Probably used some of these tools, but I know they love Apple in China. Google, Facebook, Amazon. The only one that remains is Apple. Very good design company. Very kind of emergent, if you like, looking at trends. So now, just looking at the environment we're in, now we've changed, now we have mobile. This is the stack that I present to banks and everybody around them that makes them realize that the power isn't really there anymore. The power is really held by hardware and OS. So we're talking about Google, Apple, Amazon, and Facebook. Amazon Echo listens to you all the time, good piece of hardware. That's what dominates the stack. I work with a lot of content providers too. They get annoyed because they can't present the content in the way they want to because the stack changes it. Google and Apple move things. So that's kind of dictating the way everything works. This is new from Google, the new multi-screen world. 90% of consumers move between multiple devices to accomplish their goals. It goes on and on and on, but people moving between devices now. I know that mobile has bumped TV as the first screen in America, for example. So a lot of attention on mobile. We hear a lot about being mobile-driven, consumer-driven, but I think sometimes we don't realize quite how quickly this is all happening. So cloud, AI, mobile, drive new tools and new workflows. It's all about unbundling, rebundling, and they're a new connective tissue for the enterprise. So IT is no longer kind of over there, it's right in the middle of everything because mobile is so powerful. Aaron Levy, Box, yes, got lucky, I think he's 30 now, heading up Box. Just saying really that it used to make work more efficient, now it's an opportunity for software to transform work itself. So recombining, we never would have thought really, I think we're on Uber next, not quite there. I just dropped back to banking. So a lot of fintech innovations really lead the way as well. I see a lot of AI now in vivo, if you like, inside cars, inside banking operations. We were just talking about blockchain before. That's kind of in vivo. It's interacting with the world. So fintech, because it's such a crucial area, because the banks are all coming, because it's expensive, it's kind of a bellwether, kind of barometer for the future. And this is Pascal Bouvier, venture partner at Santander Interventures. I think it's a $60 million fund at the moment. And he's saying legacy rails, core systems, market infrastructures need to be upgraded. Basic upgrades are necessary, but not sufficient. And really, AI, AR, quantum computing, Internet of Things are the main enabling technologies. So I think we all know now how popular AR can be. But I'm just going to go forward. So we had Obama and Merkel with the Google piece. Now we have Queen and Prince Philip, not surprised, they're quite on it, on AR. And we have Pokemon everywhere. There's no need to explain to people what VR is anymore. Everything lit up 2 days ago. I saw Forbes talking about, Goldman Sachs talking about the implications for retailers, more people buying in store, more people buying online. This kind of big, sudden rush to use Pokemon, I think now coming up to Snapchat, Google Maps, that kind of traffic. Things move, things change. This is why you need to be emergent. This is why AI, VR, blockchain, all really need to be investigated before they happen. Because we have out there Google, Apple, Amazon, and Facebook, big experts in this. A lot of data, they're used to collecting it, they're used to moving it around, changing it, and they know how to react when these things happen. So it's very important, I see, for all the companies I work with, to really be engaged with emerging technology. So if it comes to fruition, you're ready to move with it. You're not fumbling around trying to work out how it works. So we see it everywhere, really. Just going back here. Cars, very big area of AI in vivo. So usual car, no autonomy. Level 2, vehicle integrates detection response. Driver's ready to take control. Level 4, fully autonomous. And this is happening. Tesla's share price is still going up. A lot of existing technology, if you think about the Xbox being waved around, the technology inside the iPhone, powering drones, growing your own drones, it really is there. So that's all happening. Uber, they announced, I think it was last month, announced their figure of 2 billion rides. The growth in China has really helped there. They had a hard time in China, but there's so much potential there, 1.3 billion people. There's a lot of potential in that emerging market. So that's just happened. We still know, though, that the consumer internet, yes, that's kind of fully penetrated. Business is getting there. Security, safety, warfare. We got the amazing drones, but nothing else yet, about halfway there. Education, no, it's not all the way in there yet. Healthcare, neither. Government, no. Just talking about government and blockchain, it's very experimental at the moment. So a long way to go, a lot of opportunity. So this is the amount of time people spend on mobile messaging and social, increased by 50% year on year. Entertainment, gone way down, and gaming gone down. But this was pre-Pokemon. So you never know what's going to happen next. That's my point, really. These are nice, stable figures. When I talk to banks, they love them. But I know if I get some real-time data, gaming will be off the chart at the moment. So again, time in browsers decreased by half. Only 10% of time spent in browser now on mobile. Most people already in app or in the dark web, WhatsApp, who knows, Tinder, who knows, they're there. But 50% decrease year on year between 14 and 15. I haven't got new data for this yet because there's so much of it out there, it hasn't been interpreted. We've seen them. Don't forget too, half of the world under 25, so they are running away from TV. A lot of people say TV hasn't died, it's just having babies, but they're running away. These are consumer trends, but looking at how much consumers drive everything through here now, don't be surprised if these trends suddenly start to impact your business in one way or another. That's what being emergent is about too. It's about investigating the current market, as we all do in business, but seeing how your tech could sync with something, could catch fire like Pokemon did, and suddenly take off. Here we have Netflix. So kids running away from TV, Netflix powering away, that was yesterday. Results came out. So time spent on digital media has doubled to 5.6 hours a day since 2008. We really are now in the second machine age. So first machine age obviously was machines. Now we have networks of cable, everything else. Now we have mobile networks, really are in the second machine age. So how higher can it go? We just don't know. I know we're running out of terms for data. So we've got the halo byte left, and then everyone's scrabbling around trying to find the new term for how much data there is in the world, because there's so much video out there and there's so much data. Mobile's a new scale. We see here PCs, what happened to them, iOS, mobile phones here. Again, obviously PCs been overtaken by this new ecosystem. So you really can begin to see how everyone's mobile life, how consumer trends begin to impact business. Here we have, yes, every home, every desk, every pocket, every corporation, mobile is a new universal tech. Software has shifted to native touch UX. The next thing happening will be AI, hand gestures, whatever else. They will be influencing the way that people interact with your business, essentially. Potentially. I say this with a great deal of certainty. One of the greatest futurists, Alvin Toffler, predicted many things, really. Future shock, predicted satellites, everything else, mobile. But he also said we'd be wearing paper clothes. So that's funny, but it also is a problem because there are so many new things coming our way. There's so little time that we have. How do we make sure we find the right ones, really? And for me, it's much more about modeling, seeing how things work on a light engagement scale, seeing whether or not it works with your business naturally, or if you're going to have to do something to reorganize before you take it on. Because to take on a fully fledged proposition like AI hand gestures immediately isn't going to work unless you can anticipate it. So this is Obamacare before it crashed, and it did. This is an org chart. Very, very useful thing to do, particularly if you're in data and you've got now this big consumer environment outside of you and your internal structure. And most internal structures are like this. This is why cloud's so amazing. And cloud, obviously, massive trend, took off like nothing before, because it does help us get around these. But you have to know what you're going to get around first. So I show this to many people now when they have a problem in the office or with their business, and they just look at it and go, yeah, I know. That's what's happening. So really thinking about enabling complication with a platform structure, that kind of structure, or promoting simplicity. Obamacare was fixed with a good deal of simplicity. There we are, platforms, networks. Every time I'm on a plane now, I look out of the window and look at the clouds and think, wow, what an amazing network. How can I help whichever company I'm working with have that kind of network? Because clouds are just quite infinite when you look at them. So we are in the cloud today, aren't we, too? So I'm between you and drinks as well, so you might want things to get a bit cloudy later as well, but maybe you'll think about it differently. So Mark Andreessen, last week, everything I'm presenting to you has just happened because this is what I'm constantly on. I'm looking at one thing, then it moves to another. I'm so used to this change. I think everybody can do this once you're used to it. I run classes sometimes when I'm exec ed and people brainstorm really quickly and they're just not used to it. But once you've done it 3 or 4 times, it's so much easier. So Moore's law has flipped. Chips topped out about 3 gigahertz. Now cost has gone down. So Moore's law, of course, said the capacity is going to increase every year. That's kind of stopped. Well, wait till we get to AI chips. But the cost is going down. So we're now looking at computing costing near to 0. We're looking already at distributed ledgers, distributed networks, being able to write a piece of software, have it go into AWS, and go all over the world. So this is what's happened to Moore's law now, essentially. Everything's cheaper, and software, as we know, is eating the world. This is a new chip, hard drive rather, I read about this morning. Atom per bit, 1 kilobyte, 100 nanometers wide. Incredible. It's not quite there yet, but this is when the self-replicating tooth really comes home to roost, when you find you're dealing with these kind of computing speeds. So there we go, AI chips. The constraint to the AI chip is a constraint to the algorithm. So the algorithm can only behave in a certain way because of the chip. So now the algorithms are going to teach the chips how to be built. So moving at really, really rapid speed. And it is happening. It is in vivo. It's in cars. It's in data. It's in banks. So the progressions are beginning. The real kind of life interaction is beginning. And we're getting meaningful insights. Dropbox, lossless image compression. I missed an N there. Now using a middle-out algorithm. So it's saving data inside Dropbox very, very quickly because it's middling things out. When you retrieve, it's all reassembled. So again, another fast innovation. Makes using cloud much, much easier. ARM, yes. ARM, the biggest chip maker for mobile in the world, set to be acquired at the moment. Not particularly a joyous occasion for me, that, but they're small, scalable, wearable, really, really running the show here as yet. So ARM powers this whole mobile ecosystem, 10 times the scale of PCs, replaces 86 Windows, just like that. So 10 times unit sales, 5 times install base, it's everywhere. Chips are here. It's a really good time for people in data, I think. But it has 10 times the scale of the PC, powers all of mobile, yet as we've seen this week, SoftBank upped their offer 4 times. It's only worth around 20% of Intel. So how does that work? The massive network, the thing that powers it, is only worth 20%. Where does the rest of the revenue come from? That's, I think, for business to think about too. So running this kind of system, does that impact your operating model in any way? It might not yet, but are Google, Apple, Amazon, Facebook going to come up on the right-hand side with a different kind of model that can handle these dynamics? So yes, data stacks, Billy Bosworth, 10 years from now, we'll just be quite staggered at how many decisions we made without data. So again, we're used to dealing with data, we know what goes on with it, but I'll be really, really in the mode of using it for analysis yet. I wish I was more. I am very much, but I wish I was more. I know Tim Berners-Lee, he's got a massive, you can imagine what kind of data set he's got. He can look at anything he's done and do it in a better way, because he's got a big overview of all of his data. And it's not that hard. I haven't done it yet. I don't know why I haven't. I just think that's Tim Berners-Lee. That's only he can do it. But really anybody can. We're just not used to dealing with it. But good job that we do have data too, because we have the cybersecurity problem. I consult on that too. I'm not going to bore you with it. I'm not going to lecture you with it and say, haven't you got your VPN yet and everything else? But it is there. Spending is going to increase by to 170 billion by 2020, apparently, and cybercrime projected to reach $2 trillion by 2019. At the moment, that figure's gone down because of a lot of consolidation amongst cybersecurity technologies. It's a good thing we have data because we have to handle that too. This is blockchain. So R3 consortium, massive, 50 banks now globally looking into blockchain. A lot of blockchain specialists kind of not ridiculing them, but saying they're just dealing with money. There's so many other things you can do with smart contracts. There's a lot you can do with blockchain, really. Some of it doesn't work yet, some of it does. It's not really in vivo, but there's a lot there. So again, a big need for analysis because it does give you a competitive edge, and it gives your competitors a competitive edge too. With the power of cloud, you can analyze whether or not you need to have a blockchain project. When's the best time to start it? Where do you go with it? Do you have a blockchain around a self-building drone? Makes no sense to me, but running some data around it will tell you whether or not it's worth it. The DAO, the hard fork. Sounds horrible, very contentious issue. It's D-Day tomorrow for the DAO. It might become an immutable platform. So I won't go into it in too much detail, but tomorrow the DAO might be messed with, in a sense, really, because $50 million went missing, was stolen, was hacked away. And now it's probably going to come back, but there'll be a vote on it tomorrow. At the moment, it's sitting somewhere, and the person that stole it can't take it. But we'll see. Okay. So nearing the end in question time, here we have SAP and Ripple, big blockchain company, Bitcoin company, collaborating, cross-border payments with blockchain. It's all going on. So, but I think most people in this room are sitting there going, yes, I speak to banks as well. They're like, yes, we can have a blockchain, but actually, great, let's get an incubator. Let's get a hipster office. But actually, do we have a problem that can be solved by blockchain yet? So my advice is be emergent, go to places where other people aren't going, go to your natural markets and see where the tech is. Matt will tell you, I'm sure, how much tech there is in any area you want to know. So thinking about strategy, that's the kind of world out there. How's it being handled? Number one, really, CIOs and CMOs putting their heads together, not working in silos, but having shared objectives. A few challenges for CIOs: maximize the value of data. We all know that. Balance productivity with security. Ouch, compliance. Increase revenue value and competitive advantage. For CMO, identify which marketing initiatives are effective. Align your marketing with company objectives. Improve the overall customer experience. That's all really wonderful when everything is going slowly through a PC, or very slowly. This kind of architecture was set up in the 50s when we had that big, whatever it was, IBM, I've forgotten the name of it. That's what it was made for, and you could quite merrily do these things before companies got to $1 billion valuation in about 4 months. So really have to think about how you align your objectives, because the business world moves so quickly. What on earth is your CMO doing? Sorry, your CMO doing when they're putting some marketing out, which is obviously harming your security? Can you do it together in a more conjoined way, really? And a lot of this stuff is cultural. I work with the head of the London data store, amazing resource. It's responsible for Citymapper. And she just told me, number one, go ugly early. Best thing to do, experiment. You'll need to do that because by the time you get to the consumer business-facing part of your operation, you need to be polished, so make mistakes early, sandbox. And also, nobody in City Hall wanted her to do this. They were filibustering. They were saying things like, if a tube runs through a red light, we'll see it. We'll see those reports. Everyone's going to go nuts. Finally, it happened. Citymapper's there. It's on a 40 million Series B now. There's many other applications being made from it. So you have to be kind of visionary in a way, and you have to be prepared to communicate that vision to everybody you work with. Reverse engineer, look at some scenarios. So obviously we can identify clusters, connections and networks. Very, very good thing to do. For your own network, this is a program called Affinio. It looks at social media, often overlooked as being irrelevant. But if you begin to look at social bonds, social ties, different groups around you, you can see what's emerging. We are at question time now. Interesting, if I don't talk to a data audience, I run through these, but I know you're more interested. This is the digital marketing map. So that's what your CMO is faced with. So how on earth do you get enough data for them to run ad tech with properly? How on earth do you get enough data for them to run emerging tech, social, commerce? They're thirsty for that data. When I deal with ad people, I deal with them quite often, they quite often don't square the circle with data. They do their piece and they're underperforming, but then we discover that they haven't looked at that big silo map and they're not going all the way around it. So being emergent, very important to have enough data for your actual sales end, sales and advertising. This is what we're used to. Lovely Waze platform acquired by Google, perfected. The voice on mine won't change now because they've given me a new voice because they know it's probably going to make me safer or something. But everything, information to process, networks to serve, uncertainty ahead, encourage divergence, all going through this tiny screen. And that's what we're used to receiving. So just to wrap up, really, this is McKinsey's model for kind of consumer evaluation, previously known to us as the marketing funnel. So before we used to be familiar, we weren't familiar at all, we discovered things, we became familiar, we developed loyalty, and we had somebody take that big IBM thing home for us and we kept it forever. Now things move so quickly, anybody at any time can experience, advocate, consider, bond, buy, evaluate what we're doing. A lot of people say, oh, that's B2C, but then when we look at B2B, it's pretty much the same. A lot of interruption, a lot of overload, so much information you had here today, a lot of need to sift out. So really, the only way to do this is to be continually present and continually contextual. So a couple of answers. This is Bloomberg's Skunk Works. Bloomberg arrived in New York from Bloomberg as mayor, didn't arrive in New York, but arrived in City Hall, and basically went on Craigslist, found a bunch of data geeks, kids, and they just started to look at data. So they reduced the amount of deaths and fires, this strange anomaly in New York where some houses were burning down and they couldn't quite find where the contraventions were in the law around it. But they put data together, they ended up putting different police teams together who didn't like it, and then they discovered that they could find where these places were. People chucking away grease, causing big problems. They found out using data who they were likely to be. They went to see them first, and they said, if you don't put the grease down the drain, we'll give you some money. So even just pooling data, really, really important. Going up a level, Google OKRs, between you and drinks, objectives and key results. They started this in the garage. Basically, you have an objective and you have a key result. You can have a moonshot if you want, but as was discovered yesterday, literally yesterday, again from my Facebook, garage shots are more effective. But an objective and key result for a football team would be, okay, so basically for the team manager, win the match. Great, I've won, I haven't, or be strategic. For the advertiser, make sure we're better known. So the advertiser would get well-known players involved, do some very good marketing, splitting everything up in a really, really simple way. So when you come to an API situation, which we all hope to be in, that's why we're all here, you know which APIs to apply. Facebook as well, really intent upon not having silos, really quite fascinating to see what they do. Facebook and Instagram are pretty much at one. I don't know if you know any Facebook engineers. So mingling people around the company. This is from Gideon Tett, author of Fool's Gold, predicted the 2008 financial crisis and analysed it. Now looking at cybersecurity, looking at silos within companies. Very good book, actually, The Silo Effect she's written. But she has videos as well, which is nice. Mingling people around the company. Have a common onboarding process. So no fragmented one, so everybody knows where they are in the company. And finally, the kind of thing you don't want on a sunny day, an all-night hackathon. But they don't just have a hackathon. I do hackathons quite frequently when I'm working with communities or if I'm working in a professional context. And quite often someone just says, have a hackathon. The geeks show up and they do things, and they go away and we have some ideas. But not the best thing to do. Have a very integrated culture first, and then have a hackathon. So that's how Facebook is emergent, really. It's all the same thing. It's a cultural change, which then informs your data strategy. Pointless trying to write some APIs if you don't know how they're going to be used. Pointless trying to be emergent and cut across that horrible diagram we had for distribution diagram for Obamacare if you don't know how people are going to interact. Culture eats strategy for breakfast, essentially. So do think about how you can change culture. It's probably not your job as a data person, but get the right people involved so you get the right information, so you get the right data. So when you want to have your self-growing drone, or when you want to be involved with blockchain, or when you want to deploy these new chips, you're ready. So that's kind of my life, really, in half an hour. We come full time. I don't know if anybody has any questions, or if you probably just want to get out into this amazing sun.
Does anyone have any questions for Matt?
I don't know if it's appropriate, just out of curiosity. In the world of IT,
yes,
who, in your opinion, is in danger of becoming a Kodak or a Nokia?
Yes, chip makers, Dell, I'll name it. Depends how quickly they are in mobile as well. So yeah, that's one. Yeah, SAP as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Anybody who's static, it's hard for them to move or hasn't moved yet. And a wonderful market around, but don't forget there's so much data analysis going on all the time with GAF, Google, Apple, Amazon, and Facebook. They're there, they're watching you, they know where you leave your house even. So do think about it. You have good consumer loyalty already. You can quite easily not fall prey to this. You can evolve quite well, but it has to be little and often. Long answer.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Matt? None?
Okay, well, would you like to wish, thank Matthew very much for his presentation. Actually, hopefully you've had a great day today. Weather's been very kind to us. Would you just put your hands together again for thanking all of the speakers that have been entertaining you today? But hang on, there's more, as they say. In actual fact, Matthew gave it away slightly. There is a few drinks if you want to wet your palates on the outside here. It's been a hot day, but hopefully you'll enjoy a couple of drinks with us. So the day's not over yet. I want to remind you a couple of things. So the drinks are in the Spanish Garden. Don't go yet. I can see one person sneaking out. Couple of things which I'd like to get through first of all. Again, it's not just thank you to the speakers. I'd like to thank Caxton Manor, who helped us. Caxton Manor, we've got one represented, I can't see any more, but Caxton Manor, thank you very much for your assistance in putting this event together today. Virgin Unlimited, what a great location and venue this is. It's fantastic. So thank you very much, Virgin. Yeah, we did pay them, so actually there you go. Certainly appreciate the professionalism and agility of both these organisations. And again, that agility word comes up. Social side. So please, I've said it once before. I've asked you the name of the hashtag. You all know it's CV Cloud. Do us a favour, tweet this and get your name famous. If you can do that and just generate the, whether you've enjoyed it, whether you could see an improvement, it all counts. How many of you have taken selfies with the flamingos? Hands up. Come on, be honest. There was, I at least saw about 10 people over. They're going, flamingo. So you've still got a chance. They haven't hidden away. They do. I actually heard somebody saying, oh, they actually do exist. Yes, they are. They're over there in the pond. So do indeed go and take a selfie and then CV Cloud it. Platforms, again, feedback cards, reminder, please. And if you're good, we have a goodies bag and you'll get to keep one of these wonderful T-shirts. I think they're exactly the same. I'm not sure. They might look slightly different. Again, you would have noticed there's a graffiti board. If you are not or have not been graffitied yet and to put your art and your personal stamp on this event, please do. You get a printout of what you graffiti and we get to maybe publish something. And again, maybe you get your name in writing. So please do have a go. Gift bags, I've mentioned that. We've got swag bags with a number of freebies. They will be handed out on exit, so please don't leave without one. Amazing goods there. They come in small, medium and large and extra large. Any extra large? No, of course not. So we can put them away. And again, so those bags, I believe, are going to be handed out in the Spanish Garden or just by the exit. Thank you. I'm getting pointers out that way, so it's that way. A video and photo to follow. Photos? Yes, so information about the presentations, all of that will follow. We'll give you information. We'll be sending you information into your inboxes about that. Very important events. So did anyone here go to what we called our FOTC event last November time? Collaboration event that we held. Okay, so there's a couple of hands. Yeah, that's actually a few hands. So we had 350 guests turn up. Here we've got about 150. It was a great event. If you can get to put a date in your diary, we're running again. We had Professor Brian Cox speaking. Really fascinating guy. Chris Ryan from the SAS. Again, amazing. I've never heard somebody talk so much and I had to walk up to him and I stabbed him. And it was just weird, just very crazy. But very insightful about how he collaborated as a team. And again, we will have other major speakers at that event. So please keep your diary date free for, it should be the 6th of December. Again, we have sponsors like Atlassian there supporting us. So anything else? If you think you want to also be a speaker at an event like that, about collaboration, business challenges in collaboration, come and talk to our marketing team. Very happy to. Early bird tickets will be on discount, a 50% discount for those that want to sign up early. So, I'm standing between you and the drinks, and I will not stand. I'm being told to finish. I'm the boss, not you. So, this event is only a success because we've got some great people that have come along, but more importantly, you've come along to support us. So there's still plenty of opportunity to ask your questions. Once again, thank you Atlassian for supporting us. Thank you to yourselves. If you haven't got answers to your questions, please do come and ask us those questions. We're still here. Even when we're not here, you can email us, ask us those questions. Thank you all very much for coming along. Thank you.